Welcome to Birmingham. We are right through to the stages of the final games before the quarter-finals. The stage is set. It's Bourne Brook Arena, and we have France against Spain. Teams just coming out early for the national anthems. The Spaniards walking out in their familiar all-red strip with yellow letters. The French in blue tops, white shorts, and as history goes down, this has been one of the main rivalries in European competition. We'll get back to you as soon as the national anthems have been played.
Please rise if you are able for the national anthem of Spain. Introducing Spain. Goalkeeper number 1, Seferino Sanchez. Captain Sergio Alemán.
So the introductions of the national anthems. National anthems have just been impeccably observed, and they have done all the way through. We look at the team lineup for Spain. Sanchez, Medellina, Seferino. Algerando is the goalkeeper. Antonio Enrique Herrera Camacho, number 12. Number 14, Alvaro Gomez. Number 13, Javier Serrato Calero. And number 10, Sergio Alemán Garcia. The substitutes are on the screen for you to see. And the head coach today is Luis Antonio, and the guide, Jimenez Emiliano. That's your lineup for Spain. Moving on to the away team for France, number 16, Benoit Rivals, Cheverou de Monlay, he's the goalkeeper. Number 10, Frederic Villarou. Number 8, Yvan Wounje Kepmegni. And I'm very, very proud of myself that I could pronounce that. Number 4 is Mikel Miguez. Number 6, Martin Baron. The substitutes, Hakim Erezki, Babacar Niang, Khalifa Yume, Ahmed Tiadante Diakite. Head coach, Toussaint Akpewe. The guide, Yannick Lecolvez. There is your French lineup. So, Spain and France, traditionally great rivalry in sport, and no one knows more about rivalry than the man sat alongside me, former England player and now a top referee within the sport. Welcome once again, Mr. Dixie Dean.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. This is going to be a cracking game, this, I'll tell you.
A promising Group C matchup, and France gained the upper hand from a default position as they were handed a 6-0 win due to Mali's inability to compete in this contest. Conversely, in the first game, Spain couldn't have got off to a worse start as they went down 3-0 against the Colombians. But, however, Spain were also gifted the 6-0 result against Mali, and we have a situation where if France draw, that will basically do it for their hopes of that second spot. However, they still have a chance if they can win by 3 or more clear goals to gain that top spot. How do you see their chances, Dixie, today?
I can see them qualifying in second place. I can't see them scoring 4 goals against Spain. And conversely, I can see Spain winning. So, yeah, if Spain win this, they're through. If France get a point or more, they're through. So it's quite straightforward, really. I don't think you can worry about top spot. And, that'll happen if it happens, really.
Yeah.
You can't go out with the plan in your head that you're going to score 4 goals. You've got to win the game. And, if it's 3-0 with 3 or 4 minutes to go, you're going to give it a good old go. But, they'll just be content on qualifying, I would have thought. And obviously for Spain, it's do or die. It's get your 3 points and move on, or, you're going to be playing in the lower ranked position playoffs.
It is, and the referees are just having the final preparations. They've spoken to both captains at the centre circle, and the Spanish team, 3 of their players are on this beautiful green field. The temperature is slightly less than it was this morning. The sun has just gone in for now, which is quite good for these players, as it would have been baking heat as it was for the women's game this morning. But I'm pleased to let you know that all Dixie Dean's predictions this morning came true. And in the women's game, he was absolutely spot on. So I'm going to ask you right now, Dixie, who you going with, Spain or France?
Oh, you always put me on the spot, yeah. I'm going to go for France, marginally, and it is marginally.
Okay. Well, I'm a bit of a, a bit of a believer in what's meant to be, and I think Spain, who reluctantly, I'll say this, defeated England in the Women's World Cup today. I think there's some more success up their sleeve today on this pitch. So I'll go with Spain, Dixie, and we'll see who comes out the winner.
Mine's a pint of Guinness.
Yeah. So France will kick off. France will be kicking left or right. France in the blue shirts, white shorts and blue socks. Spain will be going right to left. Spain in the familiar all red with the yellow numbers. Time to kick off. Let's see who can go for that second place, and the place in a quarterfinals beckons.
Yeah, Spain are very much in transition at the moment. 5 years ago, if you'd have said to me who's the best team in Europe, I would have said Spain, and have been for 20 years. They were really unfortunate. They had a crop of players through in the early noughties, and they were excellent. They used to win all the championships around Europe. But they all got old together, and they're sort of starting again and rebuilding their side. So I'm glad I didn't tell you that before I predicted the score prediction. But they're very much in transition at the moment. So they're getting better, and as time goes on, I'm sure they'll try and reclaim their top spot in Europe.
Yeah. Well, you have all the inside info, Dixie, which is good to have. But speaking of getting older together, feels like on our third game we're doing just that at the moment. So let's keep our concentration on what proves to be a very perennial matchup in 2 European powerhouses of the game. Game is going to start in approximately 10 or 15 seconds. It's 15 minutes on the clock for the opening first half, and France will kick off left or right. Referee just checking with the guides and the managers before we start the game. All looks in order, and the whistle goes. Here we go. France will attack. They'll come down the left-hand side. It is against the boards, but already the physicality of the Spanish defence is on show as they win the ball back. Number 10 for the French national team will move it to the side. ball is once again on the boards on the left-hand side. It comes in field to that golden era that you were discussing this morning, Dixie, about where is the best shooting possibility, and the Spaniards being pinned back and look like a clear foul, but play on an advantage played, and already much more physical than we had this morning, Dixie.
Yeah, the guys' game is it's very fast and furious, and this is going to get even more intense. They're just feeling each other out at the moment, and you will see them going, full ball very, very shortly. But France are trying to knock it round, trying to gain some space. As a defender ambles through and wins his side of corner.
Yeah, we have an early corner for the French team down the right-hand side. Took a slight deflection off the resolute Spanish defence. Looks like that will take some breaking down during this game. And Mudanji will stand over the ball with Baron. Baron and Udanji, two skillful players. We've already seen how diminutive and how destructive they can be to their opponents. Can they fashion something, as Baron will lay this ball off to Udanji down the right hand side, and he will try get around that edge of the penalty area and get a strike on goal. Udanji back heels it, nice trickery, and Baron takes over. He tries to get to the edge of that box, but a thumping challenge on those boards, and the number 14 for Spain, a little bit too exuberant then. Alvaro Gomez conceding another set piece down the right hand side, only about 5 yards away from the corner flag.
Yeah, that's a direct free kick. There was a bit over exuberant in the challenge there, and the foul count will move along pretty sharply, I would think.
Referee giving clear instructions. The goalkeeper just organising his wall. And like you said earlier, very, very good at communicating, this goalkeeper, Seferino Sanchez. One of the reasons Spain are as formidable as they are.
Yeah, he can get rather excitable.
Once again, Dixie Dean putting things very diplomatically. Udanji fell over, tried to take the ball into the middle. The number 8 came unstuck, and it gives a chance for Spain to break. They lose possession, and once again, there's that man Udanji, and he's been a thorn in the side of Spain. But will he run out of room? No, he keeps that ball in. He goes inside, and what a finish by Udanji. And if one man was able to score early, it was him. He's just dominated the game from the kickoff, Dixie.
That was unbelievable. He's right out of the board. He's taken it down to the corner flag. Then he's come along the goal line. Oh, he could have gone out to play at any time. And then as he's come into the penalty box, he's just drawn it back out and slipped it under the goalkeeper.
And many players you'd have seen run that ball out, but look at the balance, and look how he comes in and just slots it past that goalkeeper. And
oh my word.
We just saw how excited the management were for him as he went over to celebrate that goal. What an individual goal by Ivan Udanji.
The goalkeeper sees that back tonight. He's not going to be very happy at all. Yeah, he should have done a lot better there.
So, 13 minutes left in this first half, just under 2 minutes played, and France lead the Spaniards 1-0. But back on the attack of the Spanish team, and now the ball is down the other end. A free-flowing game as it's near the corner flag, deep into French territory. However, France will pick this ball up and come out with it. Good dribbling skill by the central defender for France. He goes down, and once again Baron takes a slight knock to the head, and not sure if that will be given a free kick.
No.
Or a corner.
No, it's a goal clearance.
It's a goal clearance.
Yeah, he's tripped over the ball there more than anything else. He's taken a tumble, but he's a big boy. He'll get back up.
And one of your pieces from this morning, the goalkeeper throws it all the way through to the other goalkeeper. Kind of a wasted possession, Dixie.
Yes, indeed.
And there's the physicality again. Alvaro Gomez not scared to get involved. And you said earlier, players are just feeling each other out. He's literally doing that.
Yeah, this man.
Great shot by Villaroo as he dived down that right-hand side. Sorry, Dixie, over to you.
This men's side of these fixtures, it is very, very, very physical. And they certainly put themselves about.
Now Wundanchi in defence, doing a stellar job back there as well, and 3 defenders for the French team going for the ball. It does ricochet to the number 4, Miguez. But a shooting chance, and what a breakthrough. This game is already showing its excitement as the number 10, Sergio Alomar, broke free, found himself open in the middle of the goals, and what a save.
Yes, he's
by
fairly well
Chevroux.
walloped that with his left foot, and the keeper's gone down and taken it fully in the chest. It was a great save and a great bit of play by Spain.
He has, and there's the physical side of play once again by this Spanish defence. It's going to be very, very difficult to break through, and it just shows how good Wujanji's finish was. Barron will take it on. He'll get a shot in and saved comfortably by Seferino Sanchez, who'll roll that ball down the sides of the boards on the left side. It's in the last third for Spain. Good tackle by Wujanji, and he once comes up with the ball and he's fouled from behind, but advantage is played. Good advantage played by the referee. Wujanji, for all his troubles, has taken some physical play. They're aware of the disruption he can make. Corner ball, France.
Yeah, if we're looking at this shot that Spain just had. You can see he's running. He runs into the penalty area. He's got a good angle there, and he's hit it fairly well. And the French keeper's gone across, and he's taken it full in the chest. He's not getting his hands to it, that's for sure.
I mean, Sergio Alomar did everything right, Dixie. I don't think he could have done anything better right there.
No. He nothing to blame on his part. Here we go again.
Barron will cut inside. The ball will just run out of play. Wasn't able to keep up with that, but it will once again be a French corner. They seem to be pegging Spain back right now.
Yeah, France are on top at the moment, really, and have been from the start. We're just looking at this shot again. He's coming around the box. Yeah, it was an easy save from the keeper. But good start by France.
Wudanji and Barron once again over the ball. Last time, it was a back heel by Wudanji. And Barron will keep this one and go inside. Good footwork by the number 6 for France. The number 30. Oh, what a goal by Barron! And this French team is having their way. What an extraordinary finish. Seemed to come out of nowhere. It took us by surprise, Dixie.
Yes. I thought at first when I saw it ripple the net, I thought it was the outside of the net it rippled, but he's managed to get it inside the near post somewhere, quite high up. He's coming across. He's right on the attacking third. He's coming across, and bang! Pick that out.
Yeah, no chance for the keeper, and we are stunned here. 2-0 inside of the first 5 minutes. At this Bombrook Arena, what a start.
Yeah, it's a great start. So perhaps that 4-goal target is not beyond them.
It's not. And you did you go for France? You did.
I went for France.
Yes, you did.
But to be fair to you, I went for France marginally.
That's been very kind, Dixie. So, Spain to kick off and look to get back on the attack. Sergio Alomar is the man that's been taking the fight to these French, and he'll try put the ball through the legs and just explain that one, Dixie.
Yeah, but it's good refereeing. What's happened there was a foul very early when he picked the ball up, and the referee's given him the advantage because he thought he could get through, and he's let it go for a couple of seconds. You can see there's no advantage occurring. So he's brought the play back and he's given Spain the free kick from where the original offence occurred.
Excellent refereeing. Stood over the ball is the number 14, Alvaro Gomez. He will be with Sergio Alomar. Sergio Alomar takes it on. A one-man wrecking crew up front as he's tackled by Wudanji, who's once again in the thick of the action. The ball will roll. It won't roll through to the keeper because it's well cleared by the number 4, Miguez. Quickly into the action at the other end, the number 10, Villarreal, tries to take on the Spain defence all by himself. The ball will come back to the halfway line and it will be Barron. It's a beautiful ball and it's at the feet of Wudanji. Wudanji cuts inside. Good control, but he just lost that ball for a second. He should regain it down the left-hand side as he hears it ricochet off the boards, but overruns the ball, and it will be goalkeeper's ball. Spain have a chance to rebuild once again. And Dixie, as with some of the other games, well, as opposed to some of the other games, we've seen this morning that once you get a 2-goal lead, very, very difficult to come back. But I get the sense that Spain are capable of coming back in this one. It looks two evenly balanced teams, minus the skill of Wudanji and Barron to just separate them.
Yeah, they could. Like, I think whoever gets the next goal, that's the important one. If the next goal goes to France, that's it. If Spain get the next goal, well, we got game on. But you say about the two lads up front for France, the trickiest player for France is Villaroo. And he hasn't started yet. So I fear for France when he gets going, because he scored one of the best goals of blind football I've ever seen. I think it was on Thursday, and I think it was against Colombia. So if you do get a chance to go back and have a look at the games, have a look at the France-Colombia game on Thursday. The goal that Villaroo scored then would have graced any stadium. It was unbelievable.
And Villaroo has already shown his promise, playing up front at times. Yume has entered the game, number 9 for the French team, but Villaroo has burst into the box a couple of times, but he's not been the focal point because he's been overshadowed by Barron, who's been an exceptional player. But Villaroo looks to tackle back there, and he does so. So good defensive work by the number 10, who you just mentioned. Spain will enter the final third. They'll go inside the box, and with that man, Alamar once again, and Sergio just loses his footing. Barron comes away with the ball. Beautiful footwork as he stops and he knocks the ball to his counterpart Villaroo, and Barron goes again. And we're now inside the final third. Oh no, we're not. We go back to the halfway line. Some beautiful skill once again by Barron. The ball is a bit of an errant one, but it's into the box, and Yume finds himself. Can he corral that ball? He can, and he gets a shot on goal, but good defending once again by Spain, Dixie.
Yeah, it's all a bit last ditch, isn't it? You know, they're panicking a bit at the back there. They've been pushed back all the time. Here come France again.
And good defending by Juan Gomez Garrido, who has entered the game, the diminutive little number 9, who's already throwing himself about and getting some good touches in. Khalifa Yume, he's already a problem up front, the number 9. So Udanji has taken a rest, and Khalifa Yume has come on, and it's like for like, as he's trying to be a thorn in the side of this Spanish team. So 8 minutes just over remaining. Spain find themselves trailing 2-0, and they're going to have to face a free kick just down the left-hand side, just out of the penalty area. Yume is being a pest just inside the box, and if the ball could reach him, he would have a clear shooting opportunity, depending on the communication of how they get this done, Dixie.
Yeah, I'm not sure which way they're going to go here, because they could go either way, go down to the line and square it back, or cut across the penalty area and get a strike off.
Well, it's a clear path right now to Yume, who seems to be all on his own. Yeah,
Villaroo's not been involved in this one at all, so he stood right at the back there, and he's having a Sunday afternoon stroll. We're still waiting for the referees to give the go ahead.
So Barron will stand over this ball. He's been very, very skillful on taking situations like this on. He scored from the corner kick earlier in the same situation.
Yeah.
He did spot Yume, but good defending by Spain thwarted that attack. But the idea was there, Dixie.
It certainly was, and he tried to find him, but fair dues to Spain, they managed to cut that pass out, and they're on the attack.
And a good tackle by Villaroo, who was your goal-scoring man of the moment, and he takes over by providing defensive duties. He's down the left-hand side, ricochets off the boards, and it's down towards the corner flag, but Spain regurgitate it, pass it back out, and it's coming over the middle of the pitch, and Spain once again in possession. And the size and strength of Alvaro Gomez is proving a problem right now for this France defence as he gets a shot in on goal and a good effort by the big fella.
Yeah, France want to make a substitution by the looks, but we're not going to get that done yet. We're still in play at the moment. Yeah, the big lad up front from Spain, he's a bit of a handful, and they're struggling with him a little bit, but at the moment he hasn't managed to have a bit of a breakthrough. It's Villarreal.
Villarreal will try win this ball back after giving it away to Alvaro Gomez, but Alvaro Gomez will be pinned on the boards, but will probably win any contest. This ball is still in. It's back to the goalkeeper, and Sanchez will play the ball left. And an erratic tackle, really, and a blindfold is being lost. The referee will stop play, but the number 4 there, Mikel Miguez, flew into those boards, really mistimed his tackle, and could have put his team in a vulnerable situation.
Yeah, he's a lucky boy that his eye shades come off, because Spanish number 10 would have been away if the referee hadn't stopped it to pick up the eye shades. Obviously, he's got to do that for safety reasons, and so we'll start with an uncontested drop ball to Spain, because Spain were in control of the ball when the incident happened.
And that will be taken on by Garrido as he stands over the ball, the Spanish number 9, just around the halfway line on the left-hand side, about 2 meters away from the boards. The referee just coming to have a word with Garrido.
And we're away, and Spain have lifted the ball into the edge of the penalty area. It's been miscontrolled, and I think it's gone out for a corner to Spain. Invented that. He's chipped it up quite high, and he's got it into the box. And we had this yesterday quite a few times, the chip shot, and one of the commentators said, well, why are they doing that? The reason they do it is because if it's rehearsed and your team know where the ball's going to land, the opposition don't, because when the ball's in the air, it's quiet. There's no noise coming from it. So if you lift the ball up in the air and you know where it's going to land, you've obviously got a massive advantage over the opposition. So that's the reason they do it. We've got a substitution taking place now. Number 9 for France is going off, and I can't see his number.
Wu Danji will enter the game. So Wu Danji, the number 8, will replace the number 9. Very well explained there, Dixie. Subtleties of this game. And the tactics come into play so much. And going into the box.
Should have gone down.
Straight away. No regard for human life, really, as he set off. And Sergio Alomar, one-man wrecking crew, decided to just take that French team on and nearly came up with a shooting opportunity. He might get a second chance as he goes down the right-hand side and fashions a shot. And what beautiful single-handedly taking this Spanish team on his shoulders.
Yeah, it's great work from him, and just unfortunately he didn't really make good contact with the ball for the shot, but still on target and forced to save.
And Barron is on that ball and he fashions himself a shot, and I love how Barron can go right to left and come straight back as the ball goes right back to Alomar. He takes it on and he's more than capable of upsetting the French defence, and all they can do is foul him down that left-hand side, and within the penalty area, about 5 meters out on that left side, it will be a Spain free kick. Yeah,
he's just taking his foot away from him. The French team are struggling to get hold of him a little bit. He's a lively character, and he's doing really well for Spain.
So a little bit of a mirrored action as the French had earlier on that free kick. They do have a player over to Spain in Garrido. He's the sole striker. We're on the right side of the penalty area.
Yeah, be interesting.
If Sergio Alomar is aware of this, sorry Dixie,
no,
maybe have to fashion a strike.
Yeah, be interesting to see what they do here. I got the idea that he's just going to touch it and he's going to go to the right and unleash a massive shot and try and get it round the wall.
Well, let's see if
you'll be wrong.
Well, let's see if you're not wrong again, Dixie. Alvaro Gomez will pass the ball. Sergio Alomar will look to shoot on sight.
We think.
Yep. Good advice from the guy, and he does, and he takes a shot, but for once...
It's a corner. It's got a deflection on the way through.
Got a deflection. Good spot there, Dixie. It looked from where I was sat like it just cannoned off his right foot and went out a bit like playing golf and hitting the ball with the heel of the club. It just flew out right.
Yeah, it was definitely a 4, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was, but as you say, took a deflection off the French defence.
There's a bit of argy-bargy going on in the defensive French wall there with the big number 14 with Spain.
Nice skill by Spain, but they do lose possession and end up coming all the way back to the halfway line. Udanji is in pursuit, but it's that man again, Sergio Alomar.
Yeah.
He is really, really giving it up for his side.
Yeah, he's gone a long, long way back there to get some space.
Oh, beautiful back heel by Barron, and Villaroo may pick this one up. It would be nice to see one of those exquisite goals you were talking about, Dixie, from him, but a beautiful ball as he switches it out to Udanji. Udanji will pick the ball up, maybe try use his skill to beat the bigger player, but a good tackle by Sergio Alomar, and he'll be one-on-one, but he's fouled by Udanji, and looked like a bad tackle, but just two competitors at elite level going at it.
Yes, yeah. He knew what he was doing, and he's just tapped his ankles together, and he's brought him down. As the Spanish lad's not injured or anything, so that's foul number 3 against France.
So free kick to Spain, just on the edge of the third. The final third going in towards the opposition's goal on the right-hand side. It's taken over by Alvarez. It's another tackle by Barron, but one fairly. The ball was played first, and Villaroo is robbed of the ball. Good defending by Garrido as he's able to switch it straight back over and come back at this French team. But once again, the ball is lost, and in goes Barron, the scorer of the second goal, and what a phenomenal finish it was. He's more than capable, and Alvaro Gomez once again throwing his weight around, and the referee,
shades are off again.
Has he had enough, or is it just a stoppage?
It's just the shades. Yeah, it was just the shades. It's very competitive over there, and but there was no foul there at all, and it'll be an uncontested drop ball to Spain because they were in possession of the ball when the incident happened.
So looking at this Spanish team, the two centre-backs of Javier Serrano and Alvaro Gomez are really set out to be physical, but you can't beat what you can't catch.
They're big lads, aren't they?
Yeah, and Udanji and Barron have just been too quick for him in this first half. That's the difference. It stands with 4 minutes 30 remaining. Spain 0, France 2, and a great tackle there by the central defender of France. Ball is at the halfway line. It's controlled by Spain, and it's that man again, Sergio Alomar, who's been in the thick of the action, and he goes through on goal. But what a decisive tackle by Villaroo. That was a goal-saving tackle.
Yeah, but there was a little tap just before then, and I think the Spanish number 10's been very, very honest. If that had been a sighted player, they would have gone down and looked for the free kick. I'm sure it was. I don't know if you saw it actually yourself, Jez, but he definitely had a little tap on his ankle before that, and he's got away with that one. The French player. We've got a corner to Spain.
Oh, it's a quick shot. It's a quicker shot than usual. From a tight angle, would have had to fashion something exquisite to score from there. And the French team, in terms of communication, just get that one wrong and end up kicking the ball out.
Yeah, just looking for a deflection off anyone, Jason, really.
Yep.
Easy going off one of your own players, those, or the opposition players when they flash across that quickly.
So it's a Spain corner, and with under 5 minutes left in this first half, they really need to strike back before the interval. It's that man again as he loses possession. Sergio Alomar trying to take the fight once more to Spain, but it comes to the feet of Udanji. He's been nothing short of magnificent, and he's going all the way through, but a collision, and someone you don't want to run into. Javier Serrano, who just says, none shall pass.
Yeah, Brick and Auto spring to mind, doesn't it?
And the ball is quickly down the other end, The ball is quickly down the other end, and
it's a corner to Spain.
Sergio Alomar fights once again. And like you say, it's a Spanish corner down the left-hand side. But yeah, Sergio Alomar really said, I've had enough of you, Udanji, running through on goal. I'm just going to put a stop to that for right now. And not today, little fella.
Yeah, it was some sort of challenge. Spanish centre forward is just readjusting his laces, and when you're ready to go again, which is good. We got 3.5 minutes to go, I think, 3:40.
Alomar wants in possession for Spain. Once again, he goes down. He's taken out by Villarreal, but play on. Number 4, Miguez takes it on, and he's deep into the French territory. He goes into the final third, and he's stopped once again by the Twin Towers, but
he just couldn't get around the big number 14.
But a wasted throw by the Spanish keeper, and puts his team in a bad position as Barron goes through, and he has a sight to score. Can he? He nearly turned that corner, and that would have been promising, I'm sure, Dixie.
Yeah, we're on the go again. It's gone all the way through to the French keeper, and he's bowled it out down the left-hand side.
Udanji comes down the left-hand side, shows how two-footed he is, and gets a strike in, and that is a good save by Sanchez. Yeah,
it was a great save with the goalkeeper's feet, and saved his team there.
Barron piling the pressure on, he drags it back, he's a little bit too quick, and once again Sanchez is the man of the moment, who makes 2 key saves to keep his team within this game. He'll throw the ball out, and that one should be controlled by the impressive Alomar. He goes inside, he has a chance to score, and somehow that ball did not go in. Please explain that one to me, Dixie.
Yeah, he's given the keeper the eyes there, and the keeper's stood up, and he was really, really strong, and he's managed to get a hand on it, and we'll just look at it again. His entry into the penalty was tremendous, and he's let fly, and the keeper's caught it on his knee and his hand. He's gone down, and he's managed to trap the ball between his knee and the hand. It's a fabulous save by the French keeper.
It is. Has he got a left hand to it somehow? Barron will go inside. He'll knock it back. Possession game now for the French, as Villarreal is in the centre circle, and he has time to pick out Barron, who'll go down this right-hand side. He tries to knock it across, but once again, the absolute
there was
colossal Alvaro Gomez wins his team a free kick, and Spain have the chance to go forward. Good resolute play by the central defender. Yeah,
that was a foul by Villarreal. There is the Spanish lads going full ball, and Villarreal's not said voy. And voy, you have to say voy. If you're going to tackle someone, you have to say voy. And that's the international word, and it's a Spanish word. It's I'm go. It means I'm here, go around me. And the Spanish lad, he's a big lad, and he didn't go around him at all. He went straight through him. But that wasn't his fault. That was Villarreal's fault for not indicating he was there. And now that puts France on 4 fouls. So if they get another one, we're going to have an 8-metre penalty.
Could have that have been a free kick?
They want one.
The Spanish team definitely want one. They'll be asking for everything.
Oh, for sure.
But Villarreal will take it back at them. He's in the final third. But once again, that solid defence of Spain stands firm.
Still going.
Villarreal takes it on, and he's nutmegged the goal. He's nutmegged the central defender. And another save. Sanchez keeping his team in it right now, Dixie.
Yeah, that was a fantastic bit of play all round, really. It was great by Federico, and he's managed to get through the Spanish armada there, and he's unleashed a tremendous shot at point blank range, and the keeper has sort of jumped up and spread his knees, and he's managed to hit one of those knees and clear, and we got a timeout and we can breathe a little bit.
We can, and back to live action. You know, we see Villaroo on the replay go through a nice little nutmegs in the central defender and a great save by Sanchez, but we've just seen a free kick awarded. Udanji was allowed the advantage and play to go on, but the referee, and I love how he allowed the advantage to go and then said it was a disadvantage and we'll go back. So when we restart, we'll have France who have a free kick just on the third line.
Yep.
On the left-hand side, going into that final third of the Spanish team. But Dixie, if people are tuning in right now, we've had from the get-go France in fifth gear attacking the Spanish team. But I would argue these last 3 or 4 minutes have been about even for each team.
Yeah, Spain have they've reacted well to going down 2-0, and they've got themselves back in the game. And number 10 is hold them back forwards, and obviously the Spanish keeper making 2 or 3 really good saves to keep them in the game, and they're on the front foot now, and they just didn't start very well, and but they're awake now, and perhaps they were on siesta.
They are, and more importantly to me, as I've gone with Spain, I need them to get a goal in this next minute and change. Don't pour that Guinness just yet.
The drips are going in the glass.
So, back to play as we get back to serious business. In the final third down the left-hand side, France will have a free kick. They'll once again threaten that Spanish goal. Udanji steps over it. Also Villaroo in the vicinity. The keeper has a good angle and organising his wall. The guy just tapping the post to alert the players where that goal is. Extraordinary way of working, and communication paramount to any success of any team. Udanji will take it on. He'll try square it, but the Spain defence is one stay, and that's a bad tackle by Udanji. Looked like a foul.
There's a bit of a coming together there, but the referees are happy with it. So
it was. And Sergio Alomar would have broke free, and Spanish management team are not happy with that. Once again, a good tackle by the Spain defence, but the question is, did he shout volley?
Yeah, I think that's what the Spanish are saying that they did, and the referee saying no, you didn't. But obviously, because France have conceded 4 fouls already, every decision that's close to being a free kick against France, they're going to be up in the air, jumping up in the air. They'll want that free kick to give them that 8-metre penalty, which will bring them back into the game before half time.
It will, but at 52 seconds left, the question is, does that reset at half time?
It does.
And it does.
Yeah.
So France will surely be the happier the team. They'd be even happier if they can conjure up something here. Don't put it past the skill of Villaroo and Barron, who are over this ball. About a metre out of the last third. But Villaroo
they're going to kill the game.
Play a possession game, and he'll keep that ball. We'll go back towards his own goal, and what skill by the number 10. He just seems to have that ball on a string. But the opposing number 10, Sergio Alomar, says, look what I found, as he takes that ball in towards the goal of France. He comes up short, and Udanji, no better player to relieve that pressure and take it down the sideline. He'll go down the left-hand side of the boards. Good tackle by Garrido as he stops him in his tracks. And the ball goes back with Spain. It just goes over the halfway line.
There you go. No. Surprised. Yeah, I thought he was clipped there, but perhaps not.
Yeah, it looked like it to me. It didn't look like he gained an advantage, as the clock will expire.
Yeah.
And that's time for half time. But there's been a few hotly contested decisions, Dixie, and I know you need no invitation on weighing in on this subject, but what do you think of those little moments that Spain could have gained an advantage and nothing was blown?
Well, we'll just look at these first, and some of the highlights of that first half and of the couple of goals, and I will reconsider your question, Jason. Yeah, it's great. He's gone right to the byline, brought it along, and just popped it through the goalkeeper's legs. Oh, he's not going to be happy with that, is he?
He's not, and it seems like an eternity ago, because Wudanji, seemed to have about 3 minutes when he kept doing that, but so much has gone on since then. Seems like yesterday that goal was scored, but be fresh in the minds of this Spanish team, and what skillful play.
It's a great run. Oh, yeah, see you later.
I think it actually went through the legs of the keeper.
Yeah, it did.
But here was the goal from Barron's corner. He came infield and went back right, and it was just majestic. And what a finish into the roof of the net. No keeper in the world is stopping that one.
No, we're in a good we're in a good position here, aren't we? Because we're so close to the pitch, and we can see the velocity of the ball when it's leaving their foot. And these lads are really, really caning the ball.
Yeah, the screen doesn't do it as much justice as we can see how fast that ball is flying.
Yeah,
and how fast these players are actually moving.
Yeah, the other day when we had one fly into you and the screen in front of us flew over our heads. It took full force of the ball. But still, 2-0 to France. So
yeah, and that will wrap it up for the first half. We'll come back to you. 15 minutes left to play. The question is, can Spain fashion some sort of onslaught and get back into this team? But right now, Dixie's predictions are coming true. It's Spain 0, France 2. We'll see you in a few moments.
It's fast, technical and tense. This is your guide to five-a-side football. There are 5 players per team, 4 outfield players and a goalkeeper. The aim of the sport is to score a goal by kicking the ball into your opponent's goal, and at the end of the game, whoever scored the most wins. Players must wear eye shades to ensure that all players have the same level of vision. That is apart from the goalkeepers, who aren't required to wear eye shades and can be fully sighted. Their job is to keep the ball from going in the goal behind them. But how do the players on the field know where the ball, or indeed the goal, is? Well, the ball in blind football is specially designed to make sound whenever it moves. Also, each team has a guide behind the opposition goal to help direct them. Each player is required to shout "Voy" when going for the ball. This ensures every player has the cues they need to help build a picture of what's going on and what to do next in defence or attack. To help this, total silence is required from the crowd until a goal goes in. Voy is Spanish for go, and it was the Spanish who were credited with originally developing blind football in the 1920s. As well as the Paralympics, teams from all corners of the world can compete at World, European, Asian, African and America's Championships, as well as a World Grand Prix.
Blind football can be played by both men and women, with the historic first Women's World Championships coming up in 2023.
So what are you waiting for? Give it a try.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA Anti-Doping App has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA Anti-Doping App. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
Welcome back to the University of Birmingham. Bournebrook Arena is the scene, and a well-deserved half-time break, as you can see on the monitor. Spain 0, France leading 2-0, and here is the scenario for this Group C matchup. If France can fashion 1 or 2 more goals, they will top the group and they will go through into the quarter-finals in first place. As it stands now, if it's still 2-0, or if France win or draw, they will still get into second place. So plenty to do for Spain. A win is only good for them. A draw is no good. I'll be shortly joined by the legend Dixie Dean. If you're just tuning in, he's currently coming back and resuming his seat. And what a stellar job he's been doing, relaying all the finer points. We did have a little bit of a sportsman's bet at the beginning of the game, and undoubtedly Dixie picked the winning team at the moment, which is France. And I'm still sticking with Spain. So all to play for both of us. And let's hope Spain can get an early goal to make this one even more interesting. I'm with Dixie Dean. There's 15 minutes on the clock. Spain will be playing left to right on the screen, and they will kick off in all red against France in the blue tops and the white shorts. Referees just checking with both guides that we are ready to go, and the whistle will be blown, and let's play ball. Sergio Alamea has been the danger man for Spain. He takes the ball on, but he's crowded out. And the number 7 for France has a good strike at goal. And Niang Babala let fly there, and the goalkeeper produced a good save, but really tough physical battle already in this second half. Looks like France are up for withstanding that challenge of Spain, Dixie.
Yeah, they'll just want to slow the game down now, France, and not get involved too much in a battle with the Spaniards, and just try and play for a little bit of time and manage the game and come away with their win. Injury-free.
Another substitution for France. The big man Hakim Arazu has come on, number 5. He gains possession, just going into the centre circle, and switches it back to the number 11, who's also a new addition, in Tiadante Diakite. And Diakite, straight in the action, has the ball at his feet. But there's the physical presence. A little bit of ice hockey as he smashes him against the board, and Alvarez had a chance to score. Sergio Alamar it was. And he's not happy. Looks like he had a clear sight of goal. Bartholomucci Alessandro, the French goalkeeper, was able to just take that ball off his toes.
Yeah,
as he was going to strike.
Yeah, the referees awarded a foul to France. He was a bit over exuberant there with the keeper. I think the keeper really did have hands on it, and he's piled into him. Who would be a keeper, eh? And it was a good decision to retire.
Hakim Areski will restart possession. It's at the feet of Niang. Takes the ball up. Beautiful skill by Niang, and that one could have easily flown in from where we were sat. Looked like it was goal bound.
Yeah, it's been deflected out for a corner. I think originally it was goal bound, and it's got a touch on a Spaniard on the way through, and then sent it out for a corner. Yeah, it's starting off a similar vein to how the first half finished, I think, and it's going to be a good 15 minutes worth of football, I think, this, and the sun's out, so everything's in the garden is rosy.
Yeah, it seems to have been a game of runs, this blind football, and partially sighted. Seem to have like 2 or 3 minutes where teams are on top, then it shifts momentum and it goes back the other way. So momentum, everything in this game, and as you say, France coming out, all guns blazing. A great shot, what a goal! Down the right-hand side. And he's already threatened. Nia Babala just took that ball down the right-hand side, shifted it onto his right foot, and all of a sudden, France are in first place.
Well, one more goal and they will be. Look, he's not even celebrating. It's like, yes, it's a Sunday afternoon, I'll have a stroll. But he's on the edge of he's about 3 or 4 metres on the outside box. He picks it up, and he's a good 8 metres out, and he's smashed it that hard. It's gone over the keeper's head. Keeper's not moved.
What a strike.
Hit it that hard.
And any Frenchman watching or listening, step aside Thierry Henry. That's how it's done.
That's absolute fabulous. We just have a...
And there he is, giving it up for his team defensively as he goes and makes a slide tackle. He won't allow Sergio Alamar to have any glimmer of hope on coming back into this game. But Spain retain possession right on the halfway line as they'll move forward and try regurgitate some sort of attack and get themselves some sort of rhythm, Dixie.
But he didn't want to celebrate, did he? Did you notice?
No.
The guy come running out from behind the goal and wanted to give him a cuddle. But no.
He was more than nonchalant walking off.
Nah, I don't want any of that. Oh.
And Alamar, that one-man
pair of
band.
Shades come off.
Alamar, that one-man band, but it goes back to Diakite, and he goes through the middle, but another good tackle by the big central defender, Javier Serrano, and this game has been exceptionally physical.
Yeah, it's going out for a goal kick, that goal clearance there. Yeah, there's some big lads out there. Both of these teams, they've got some really tall, strapping lads and physically fit, not carrying any weight, but 6'2", 6'3", and if one of those hit you, you stay hit.
I will say, Seferino Sanchez in goal for Spain has produced some excellent saves, but he's been a bit ruthless, would you say, in terms of giving the ball back to France. He's done that on 2 or 3 occasions, just played the long ball, and it's not worked out for this Spanish team, and it's put more pressure defensively on the men in red.
Yeah, he's been a bit wayward with his distribution this afternoon, but he's got an opportunity now and see if he can move the ball forward a little bit better.
Yeah, he'll get another chance, and this one should be picked up off the boards by the Spanish number 9. It is, but crowded out by Villaroo, who takes it on. He gets his body across the defender. And what skill by Villaroo as he dances round the centre circle. It looks like he's practicing on his own.
Yeah, it's killing time.
Beautiful play by the number 10 as he sprays it wide. Diakite will pick up this ball. He'll go inside his defender, and great footwork by the big man, and he looks to shoot, and another save by Sanchez keeps the glimmer of hope alive for this Spanish team, but looking for that 4th goal of France.
Yeah, if they get 4-0, I'm pretty sure they'll top the group on goal difference, if my maths is correct. Wasn't my strongest subject at school.
Good tackle by Villaroo, but he goes out for a French corner. Sorry, a Spanish corner. So, Dixie, what was your main subject at school then?
Skiving.
That's the main one. And that's when it was a subject, I think.
Oh, yeah, I got an A star in that. No, sport was my thing at school. I wasn't really interested in anything else.
And I mean, we talk about sport being a focal point of people's lives, and you discussed how many volunteers were involved in this overall games, Dixie, and how many athletes are involved. You know, when we have a break of play, I'll sure you'll expand on that. But for right now, Spain are pressing with a corner with Sergio Alomar and Alvaro Gomez over this ball. Sergio Alomar cuts inside, he goes down the left-hand side, and he has a chance to shoot. He's in on goal, and that is more than that man deserves.
Yeah.
He's give his all, and he gives Spain a glimmer of hope. The Spanish guide is on to show how much it means to him, and Sergio Alomar is saying,
we're watching it
don't
again.
Pour that pint yet, Dave. Sorry, Dixie.
He's found his way around to the left-hand side of the penalty area, and he's cut back onto his right foot, and he's rifled it into the roof. And there, it's a superb goal, and to be fair, Spain deserved the goal. They've worked really hard, and they've got into some good shooting chances, and they deserve that goal, to be fair.
I mean, he rode about 3 or 4 challenges there by the French defence.
He certainly did,
and really good finish by Sergio Alomar.
Yeah, there's some big lads in that French defence, and he's managed to withstand all their bumping and boring that was going on and finish a really good shot. And the referee's not happy with something down this end, don't know what.
So Niang and Diakite will step over this ball. It's in the centre circle for France to kick off. Referee just having a word with the one of the Spaniards to move outside the centre circle as France look to start this game with 11 minutes remaining. It's Spain 1, France 3. Niang will go down the right hand side against that boards, and once in ice hockey kind of type way, once again Alvaro Gomez pressures the opponent. 2 balls are on the field right now, quickly cleaned up by the referee. And Seferino Sanchez will once again go long. Oh, that one could have come off as the number 7, Julio Sanchez, was all on his own.
Yeah, that was close to him. He's only getting a touch in there, and he's so close to the goalkeeper. He gets a touch on the ball just to divert it a little bit and create all sorts of problems.
And here's your man Villaroo, and that was a bad tackle. Tripped Villaroo. He was going into the centre. He just turned left, and Villaroo was not happy with the challenge. It's another challenge by Alvaro Gomez, and these fouls now mounted up for Spain.
Yeah, that was... there was an original foul, and when he was on the floor, there was a little bit of afters, and it come down on Villaroo's back, and I think he's more upset with that than the the original foul because it was unnecessary. The referees were sort of gone, and the boot of the Spanish defender come down across Villaru's back, and he wasn't particularly pleased about that, but he's all right.
So Diakite and Niang will step over this ball. It's on the left-hand side. It's about 3 yards behind the Spanish box. It's a 3-man wall, and it's a formidable wall. Surely they'll have to go around this one, Dixie, to have any form of success. There is a small gap to the left-hand side of the goal.
I think
that would be exquisite to put that ball there.
Someone's been naughty. I can't quite see if... Yeah, it was a yellow card for who? It was a yellow card for the guide. The Spanish guide behind, who's beyond the French goalkeeper. It's obviously jumped up and down once too much.
Seems to me that there's been more bookings for the management and guides than there has been for the players in today's games.
Yeah, you're right. There is... the sighted people are letting the blind game down.
How ironic. So, Diakite and Niang step over this one. The referee looks like he's happy. The guide is just tapping the post to let the French players know where to place this ball. There is a man over, and that man is Villaru. If they can sense him and move that ball to the left, he will have a shooting opportunity. Oh,
what is this sort of chip?
Yeah, and he just went for power. It was more of a hit and hope than any calculated effort, but worth a chance. And the long ball pays off for once, but a good tackle there. Great tackle by Hakim.
He's forced all the way back up to the other end. And there's a corner. Yeah. It's a corner to France.
If he's won his team that corner, he's gone the whole length of the field applying the pressure.
Yeah, and he's forced the Spanish player to put it out over his own goal line. It's great bit of play, but they always say the best form of a defence is to attack, isn't it? And that's what France are doing. Got 10 minutes to go yet, though. Got a long time to go.
Yeah, Areski comes back and takes on defensive responsibilities again. Question is, will he venture into this opposition's box? He's walking forward, and as this ball comes into the centre of the pitch, he may have a chance to score. It's once again Niang and Diakite. Niang has it in no rush with just under 10 minutes remaining. He has a strike on goal, but the French once again try counter attack. The lone man doesn't manage to keep that ball in play, or does he? Yes, he does. Julio Sanchez keeping that ball alive for Spain, and he's kind of taken over the role that Sergio Alomar did in the first half. And the question is, can Sergio Alomar pick up that second ball and fashion an opportunity to cut this deficit to 1?
Yeah, there was a bit of a holding by the Spanish lad there, so that's another foul going against Spain. This is not what they want. There's going to come a stage here that Spain are going to have to commit more men forward. As well as the lad up front is doing for Spain, he really needs support. And if you're going to go out, you may as well go out on a bang rather than a whimper.
And that man is Julio Sanchez as he tackles now, and he's doing a great job, but he's just not at that level of Sergio Alomar. And Sergio Alomar can't play everywhere, so the number 10 is playing kind of a midfield role. The ball will be at his feet right now, but he can't also get forward. He just crosses the halfway line. It's a trip by Villaru, as he's giving the Spanish a little bit of a taste of their own medicine right there, as he says, I've had enough of being tripped, I'm going to get my own back. But happy to give away a free kick 5 yards into the French half. Yeah,
that's the first one against France in the second half, so they've been quite well disciplined so far. But they can soon rack up, and with these boys hitting it from 8 metres, because they hit it so hard, it makes it very difficult for the goalkeepers to get anything on it, even from 8 yards. So Spain play possession. They go short again. It's good
Good skill once again by Alomar. He goes back into his own half. He goes past Diakite like he wasn't even there. And Alomar comes inside. That's shooting opportunity. He knows how close that really was. There's another impressive run and a nice short ball by the goalkeeper. Good strategy by France.
Yeah, Spain are making a substitution. They wanted to get that in before they restarted. So number 7's going off.
France happy to play the ball short as Areski is the outlet man and Villaroo is the one on the left. You know, Areski will come short every now and then, Dave, against those boards to kind of slow the game down for the French.
Yeah, it's game management and they're just slowing everything down. And as the time ticks by, the Spanish are going to get more and more desperate.
Yunus Sanchez has come into the game, number 6 for Spain. Fresh legs at this point with 8 minutes 58 remaining. Can he provide that energy that will be the difference and see them back within contention? Let's see. A good sliding tackle there. And there's the man that they just can't take off as he goes through. What a goal! And single-handedly, Sergio Alomar, a sliding tackle at the halfway line and down the right side, cutting to the left. What a finish with his right boot. Nothing that the French keeper could do there, Dixie.
I'd like to see this again. We're having a little look at it there. He slid in and he was bait. Oh, we haven't got that little bit, but he's slid in just around the halfway line, come down the board and cut in, beat 2 French defenders, gone into the centre of the goal, and he just rifled it in so hard the keeper's got no chance. And it's kept low as it goes across, and he's just toe poked it underneath the keeper.
What a goal. Spain come back to make this a contest. And news in, hold the Guinness. Spain 2, France 3.
Yes, it's warming up this game, isn't it?
It surely is. And you would expect any team at this point who has any ambition of making that quarter-final to not go down with a fight. But it's rewarding that we've seen Spain come up with what they deserve.
Yeah, they've worked really, really hard to get back into this game. And when they were 2-0 down, they didn't give up. And they've got their just rewards. And to be honest, France have stepped off it a little bit and had one foot in the quarterfinals and thought, job done. But they're going to have to go again here. And now they're going to have a bit of a shock and be out of this competition if they're not careful.
Villaroo is tripped by Alomar. Play on as the ball goes to Diakite down the left-hand side. He'll come infield. It's Niang, sorry, my apologies. Diakite will track this one down. Diakite comes up with it, the number 11 for France. He just goes into the Spanish half and he's in the middle of the field and he shoots. And a great save. Seemed to come out of nowhere, but Diakite passes the ball to Niang. And Niang says, enough of this Spanish comeback. I'm taking this 2-goal lead back. What a finish by Diakite. And once again, the question is, does he celebrate? No, he's nonchalant as ever.
The question is, how full is that glass of Guinness now? That was tremendous. We're going to probably catch a glimpse of it again. But they've had 2 bites of the cherry. Number 11's forced a really good save and it's bounced back to the number 7 on the edge of the box. He's gone round 2 and he's just smashed it into the top corner.
What a great finish by Niang.
It's just so strong and powerful. And if I was a keeper, I think I'd be diving out the way. But he's not diving. He's trying to save them.
But demoralising for the Spanish team because it just looked like they were getting into that 5th gear and all of a sudden Niang says, hold on a minute, not on my watch, as he smashes that ball into the top right-hand corner. And, you know, we did go back to saying how important sport is for everyone. And you said how good it is to represent your country early on in the programme. And we were talking about how many volunteers and how many athletes, Dixie, are involved in this whole setup of this IBSA Games.
Yeah, it's up in the village. I'm stopping up in the village. There's a range of different sports going on, from cricket to chess to all sorts of stuff, goalball. There's 1,700 athletes up in the village from, all 4 continents of the world. They're from everywhere. And there's 400 volunteers spread across those locations where the different activities are taking place. And obviously, without those volunteers, we wouldn't have a games, because you couldn't hold something like this without that number of volunteers. It'd be impossible. If you had to pay 400 people to do the jobs that they're doing, it just wouldn't happen. So hats off to all the volunteers. And there's a great atmosphere up in the village, and everyone's mingling in with one another. And I sat down this morning for breakfast at 6:30, and I only thought there was one 6:30 in the day, and I thought that was in the evening. But since I've been here, I've found out that there's two. And I had a Greek gentleman sitting on one side, and we were chatting away. Then yesterday, I had the Indian coach from the girls' team. We had breakfast together and a chat. It's just lovely, it's you develop friendships and sort of links with so many different people on these events, and you'll take, especially the athletes, they'll take memories back to their own countries and lifelong friendships on Facebook and Twitter and whatever forms of communication they have.
There will, and two things that astound me. The first thing astounds me is, the amount of positivity across the city that this thing has generated. I'm getting my Uber from the accommodation to Walsall yesterday, and the guy was talking about the games. He was talking about the World Games, the Blind Games, and it just goes to show what strides are being made. And the second thing that astounds me is how many breakfasts have you eaten this week? Dixie, you were just saying, I've had breakfast. I'm sure there was 3 or 4 people you've had breakfast with. You've only been here 2 days.
I know. I've been here 8 or 9 days now.
Oh, you have? Okay,
yeah.
I'll let you off.
I only have one breakfast each day.
Okay.
Even though my waistline sometimes thinks I might have had 2. No, it's lovely up there, and a really nice atmosphere.
So playing this sport, Dixie, you're now a referee, and you've moved through coaching. You're now into refereeing, and going back to your playing days, what are some of the things that you miss now in terms of one representing your national team, but also just being involved at that elite level at team sport?
I don't know. As you move through your life, I think different things become important to you, and whilst I was, sort of playing, I thoroughly enjoyed it, really, really enjoyed it. Then as I was getting through those years and I was getting a bit older, obviously your ability drops a little bit, and the coaching come in, and I enjoyed the coaching and the refereeing of enjoying that. And it's a bit like this. I've not done this before, and I've done it for a week now. And I would just love the opportunity to do it again, because I've really, really enjoyed it. It's been really good fun. And, like you guys, you're the professionals. I'm just the amateur. I don't know nothing. I know blind football, but nothing else. And, as I say, as you grow through your life, your life expectancies change, don't they? And you look for different things. And, we've got a bit of a problem with the pitch.
Yeah, and I'm sure, it just goes to show again, sport in general, Dixie, is a massive web of so many different opportunities, and you're going into something here that's brand new to you that you're enjoying. I think you're being very, very humble in saying that, you're an amateur, because, your knowledge and what you've brought to these last few games and these last few days has been exceptional. So It does. Sport is a massive part of people's lives, and it's great to see these blind athletes really, really excelling from all different parts of the world, and what a spectacle it is for blind sport, and just astounding all round. So back to the action here. We've got a little bit of a break in play. It looks like something needs to be sorted out. It's a longer time out than usual.
Yeah,
Dixie. Doesn't normally happen for this long.
They've got a problem with the pitch right down in, all the players are in between us and the far end of the pitch, and there's a problem with the pitch right close to the boards. They've got some like squeegee out there, or I don't know what's happened, but they've been sort of working on the pitch, so hopefully they won't be too long before we get up and running again. Yeah, I've always had the philosophy with sport, if you're into sport, you'll never be short of a friend.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you can go into you go into a pub at night and not know anyone, you get chatting about football or rugby or cricket or whatever it is, and by the end of the night you've got half a dozen people around you. You're having the right good old chinwags.
You're also on a negative side, never short of a few enemies either.
Well, you can't have one without the other.
That's true. And it's deciphering who those enemies are and who those friends are, which is very difficult. But back to the action. Looks like play will resume.
Yeah, we're ready to go again now. Ball's on the halfway line and going to restart with Spain from the kickoff.
And the last kick was the extraordinary goal to make it 4-2 to France by Niang. So Spain will take this kick, and a chance of breaking play really took the wind out of their sails, that goal. But with 7 minutes 48, anything can happen if Spain can get a goal within these next few minutes, Dixie.
Yeah, Spain need to score again quickly, and as I say, it's just unfortunate for them. They got it back to within a goal, and then France got the other end, bang, back to a 2-goal difference. So here we go.
Sergio Alomar, a well-earned rest during that extended break. He plays the ball up front, and it'll end up with Niang taking it back outside the first third for France. He'll go down the left-hand side into the Spanish half, but it's intercepted and it'll come back. And once again, Niang, persistent in his troubles, picks up possession and regurgitates that ball to the impressive Villaroo. And he's quietly had an outstanding game, Dixie, as Villaroo.
Yeah, he's not done anything exceptional, but what he has done has all been neat and tidy. No sparks like we had with him with the other day, but yeah, neat.
Once again, Diakite and Niang on the attack. I mean, it's the stars of the show in the first half were Barron and Wudanji, and we haven't seen them for a long time. As the ball rolls all the way through to the keeper, and a late challenge as the Spanish keeper wants something happening, but no malice in that one from Areski.
Yeah, you mentioned the two that we haven't seen. Just goes to show the depth of their squad, doesn't it?
Yeah, it seems like they've got even better in certain areas since those star players have gone off. Here's the star player for Spain. He's on 2 goals and he'll be tackled and earns himself and his team a free kick just inside that final third. But a striking opportunity on the left side, about 1 yard into that final third of the French defence, Dixie.
Yeah, it's good chance here for Spain. Very central, and a good opportunity in the foul count ticks round. Of France still only conceded 2, so they're still all right at the moment. But as I say, they can click round really, really quickly if you're sort of defending in numbers and stuff like that. And if it's getting a bit fraught and people start dangling a leg out, it's very easy to give quite a few fouls away quite quickly.
The 3-man wall of Villaroo, Diakite and Areski. Niang just to the left. Shooting opportunity here for Sergio Alomar as the guide just lets him know where the posts are. The keeper has sight just through that wall and is able to intercept anything coming his way. But will the power, and will he take a strike from here? I'm sure on 2 goals he fancies moving to his hat-trick and make this one interesting. He'll take it to the right, he fashions and what a save.
Yeah,
that one was picked out of the air.
He's done really well. Had to hang on to that.
Alessandro.
Yeah, he's hung on to that quite well, and yeah, he's done well there. But French on the attack again.
Niang, great back pass there by the Spanish team, and the Spanish goalie taking his time, but Niang once again tested the Spain defence. The ball will be deep into French territory. It's a long outlet pass and it goes back up into the Spanish half. The big fellow will corral that ball. Alvaro Gomez will take it on. He wins that battle, not for the first time today, but loses out the second battle to the impressive Niang. Diakite is in the vicinity. He'll pick up this ball along the right-hand side of the boards and he'll come inside, but blocked out well by probably, you could argue, the man of the match, Sergio Alomar, as he's still keeping going and still believes. Oh, and the ball's loose. And that could have gone anyway. But a good save by the Spanish goalkeeper, and Sergio Alomar picks up that ball.
Yeah, just looking at the replay again. It's a great shot by the 11. Keeper's made a fantastic, and it's dribbled out of the penalty area to the 7, and it's because the ball is rolling so slowly, it's not making any noise, and like everyone was sort of putting it in for him, but he's just had a bit of a tumble with the number 11 and got himself a yellow card, the French number 7.
Yeah, Niang, unfortunate there. He's been in for all the glory in terms of scoring goals. Picks up a yellow card, but his manager not happy with him, telling him to remain composed. No sign of any let up from the French management on the side right there.
He's just going to wander across the other side, isn't he? He's not celebrated a goal. He's not too bothered about getting the booking either.
No, he's definitely a poker face guy. You know, it doesn't really show his emotion, and I suppose on an elite stage right here, as the ball goes up once again to Alomar, and he's still weaving and believing as he goes through.
That's a corner.
The ball will go out for a corner ball, but applying the pressure once again. Sergio Alomar, the number 10 for Spain, causing havoc. A one-man wrecking crew taking the fight. Still to the French with just under 5 minutes remaining. The question is 2 goals an insurmountable task?
Well, it's 5 minutes, nearly 5 minutes to go, so as I say, we're back to that situation again. Whoever gets the next goal, yeah, it's vitally important. Yeah, I would like to see Spain take the shackles off now and just unleash 1 or 2 defenders to come in and join in a little bit and take a chance, because they keep playing like this and they're not going to win, and sometimes you've got to say, right, it's all bust and get in there.
Spain take the corner on the left-hand side. They cross the ball, and it could have gone anywhere. It could have been right to the feet of Garrido, but he switches play and comes inside. Good tackle from Niang. Niang on the yellow card has to be careful, but still giving it up for his team and tackling as he breaks away with the ball. It'll go to Villaroo, who's happy to just launch that downfield. And with time remaining just over 4 minutes, that's where the French want the ball. Diakite tries to go through, ploughed over.
Yeah, it's a corner.
Very tough challenge by Javier Serrano, and the Spanish defence have done that all game, but it does result once again in a French corner on the right hand side, Dixie.
Yeah, 2 big lads those, aren't they?
Yeah.
My word. Yeah, they're both going full bore at it, and yeah, it's just dribbled out for a corner, and interesting game this. Not as quick as some, but for that it's still an interesting game.
Ball goes out for a goalkeeper throw-in. He throws it once again full length of the field, but it's well controlled and well snuffed out by Areski as he earns his team a free kick deep into the Spanish half.
Yeah,
and that's just what the French team want.
Yes, and that puts the Spaniards on 4 fouls. So any more fouls by them will have a little 8-metre penalty, but France are on 3, so it could be penalties all round. The referee's just indicating to the coach and the goalkeeper, you're on 4 fouls, so any more than you'll be given 8-metre penalties away. Doesn't matter where the foul occurs on the pitch. When you get over that magical number, the referees will take the ball to the 8-metre penalty spot, and you take it from there.
Alomar's in on goal. He has a chance to shoot. How did he find that corner? It's a great save by the French keeper.
Fabulous save. He's got really down low to his left, strong hand, and pushed it out. And Villaroo's doing one of his weaving runs.
Nearly got through. Enrique Herrero. Sorry, Alvaro Gomez once again says no, and pinned on the boards by Javier Serrano. Diakite is able to slip free. Doesn't take the ball with him, but comes back. He'll get a second opportunity. as he rides the challenge of Serrano. It's a tough one. Villaroo has the ball down the right-hand side. He'll cut in. There's no fear in this French team as they keep going and going and going against the physicality of these Spaniards.
And the ball's stationary right on the goal line. No one wants to touch it. Someone's got to touch it. Come on, boys. You can't leave it there.
Well, it's in the favour of France as the time will keep ticking. The ball is in play. And the clock is not Spain's friend. And a corner conceded.
He may as well have done that 10 seconds ago, wouldn't he?
More importantly, about 10 or 15 seconds came off the clock.
Yep.
So France deep into Spain territory with a corner on the right-hand side. And will they just play for time now and try keep that ball, Dixie? Will that be a strategy?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they give it to Villaroo at some stage and let him go on a wander around his own goal, his own half. Well, they're giving it to Villaroo. Let's see where he goes.
He's going back towards his goal, but he's able to turn on a sixpence and take it back into the Spanish half. He'll have a shot a little bit too far out to really trouble Sanchez, but nevertheless a good effort. And once again, Sanchez wasteful with that ball. It goes all the way through to the French keeper. And a chance in on goal and a corner ball or maybe a goal kick.
No, it's a goal clearance. The two French guys going for it then. They got in each other's way somewhat.
That's great defending by Diakite. Really put his body on the line there and just got in front of the ball. Villaroo will take over as he's done all game. He'll go inside the box, and the French do not seem to get a free kick. But as you say, with those 4 fouls, free kicks are highly contested. And Dixie, you've been very, very patient with these refereeing decisions. I'm sure there's nothing you want to say, Dixie, right now.
No. I'll keep me powder dry, as they say.
Alamar goes into the French box. He's stopped by 3 French defenders, and Diakite will run it back. Diakite runs into the brick wall. That is Alvaro Gomez, who's been resolute throughout. His team may not finish with a win, but he has definitely been a competitor in this one.
Oh, he's worked extremely hard at the back there. Definitely a rock. And
Villaroo with a mazy run. Will it go all the way through? He'll end up in the keeper's hands. And Sanchez with the easy clear. But to be fair to Sanchez now, he's wasted another ball, but he has to go route one with only the last minute of the game. He has to throw that ball.
Yeah, they can't build it
down
up.
The field.
They can't build up anymore. They've got to get the ball into the French half, and he just giving a corner away there. The Spanish guys just losing a little bit of discipline and concentration, and he's put it out for a corner.
I think the pressure that Javier Serrano thought he was under was due to the persistent pressure from both Diakite and Niang in this second half. If ever there's been a loose ball, they've been first to it, and I think in that instance Javier Serrano had no option but to just get rid of the ball.
Yeah, I think he thought they were closer on him than what they were. I think he had a little bit of time there, but yeah, here we go. So we got a French corner with 44 seconds to go.
Yeah, needless corner given away, but a little bit of pantomime time as he's behind you. Oh no, he's not. As he kicks the ball out, but Villaroo comes in field and once again. Number 14, Alvaro Gomez. Nearly riding Villaroo there as Villaroo knows he's got time. And what a beautiful ball that is, and a really smart ball.
Just winding the clock down.
Played across to Niang. Niang will have a shot, and with 15 seconds left, what a win this has been for France.
Yeah, they've played really well. They've not achieved probably what they set out to. They probably wanted to top the group, but qualifying is probably good enough for them. And as they have one last effort on goal, that's been knocked out, and we've got a corner to France to finish with. But yeah, it's been a really good performance by France, and they're strong, they're physical, and they got a bit of guile about them as well, and they can pass it round. And looking at this effort again, He's gone in and it's just missed the far post with the help of the goalkeeper's knee again, I think.
And looking at the French performance, I mean, it was a tale in the first half of both Woodanji and Barron, who took the fight onto the Spaniards, and it seems an eternity since we saw them on the field. But then replacing them, as you said, was Niang and Diakite, and they've taken the fight to these Spaniards. But you know, someone with his fingerprints all over this game is Villaroo, and he's probably in question, possibly the man of the match. He's dictated everything from the first half and the second half that's gone the French way.
Yeah, he's a good captain, and that's it, and we're done. Great win by the French, and they move on to the semi-finals, and the Spaniards will go into the lower ranking places to find out where they finished in quarterfinals, sorry. The semi-finals, I get ahead of myself. Quarterfinals, and as I say, the Spanish will go into the lower part of the rankings playoff games, but a thoroughly enjoyable game. And what have you thought of your first male game, guys?
I've absolutely loved it, Dixie, and you know, the speed is on shore, that's for definite, but the power of these players and also the awareness to move the ball from side to side, it clearly creates havoc for the opposition. But just the elite level of these athletes has been super. And I mean, you did say they're through to the semi-final. It's the quarter-final. Yeah. But Dixie, you are a good predictor of the future, so you may be right as well. But anyway, from Bournebrook Stadium in the University of Birmingham, it's goodbye from me and Dixie Dean. It finishes Spain 2, France 4. We'll be back with Iran and Morocco soon as we can. See you later. Welcome to the University of Birmingham. We're at the Bournebrook Arena. What a treat we have in store as we're here for the Group D final matchup of Iran against Morocco. There will be a slight delay possibly in time. A few technical issues, should only be a few minutes here and there, but we'll get on with the game as soon as we can. Teams are both walking out for the national anthems. Iran in the really stunning all-white kit with blue numbers, and the Moroccans with the all-red and white numbers. So the national anthems will take place. We'll respectfully listen to those, and then we'll get back across to you as soon as possible.
Please rise if you are able for the national anthem of Iran. Please remain standing if you are able for the national anthem of Morocco. Let's meet our two teams. Iran, goalkeeper number 1, Morteza Ramazani. Number 7, captain Hussein Rajapur. Number 8, Morteza Karimi. Number 9, Saad Rahimi.
So the situation in this game coming up, I have Dixie Dean sat next to me who will be relaying the finer points of this game. But as we go along, Dixie, just first of all, Iran sit third in Group D, but a win for them will mean that they'll leapfrog their Moroccan opponents, as we see Iran lining up number 1, Ramazani Shirku Morteza, number 7, Rajapur Hussein, number 8, Karima Morteza, number 9, Rahim Igasa Sadej, number 11, Shah Hosseini Adikani Ahmad Reza, and you can see the head coach Javad Felfeli and the substitutions and the guide Messam Shojahan. The Moroccan team is not on the screen for you, but I can let you know who the starting 5 are. Number 3, Hussam Gili. Number 4, Hicham Lamlas. Number 9, Zuhair Snizla. Number 10, the danger man with 3 goals already, Ada Razak Hatab, and the goalkeeper Sami Abara will take to the field to start off this game. The teams are being introduced at the halfway line right now, as you can see on your screen. But going back to the situation, so Iran sitting third in Group D, but a win for them will mean that they'll leapfrog Morocco today and jump into that quarter-final place. Morocco, all they need is a draw to see them finish second or potentially first if Brazil are defeated in the final game to the day. Brazil could be defeated in the next game. They've not really shown the resilience and mettle that they sometimes show, and kind of eke their way through to this point. So all to play for in this competition. Dixie, it looks a little bit more interesting than the Group A and Group B matchups we've witnessed.
Yeah, this is a really tight group. I think it's been compounded by the fact that Brazil have not been up to their usual standards, and I think they're quite disappointed. They've won 2 games, but they've struggled with those games. So I've seen Morocco obviously twice before this week, and they particularly impressed me. They're all action, very, very quick, very physical, and it's, from their point of view, it's going to be a really fast game. And I think the Iranians will play exactly the same, because they've played really well in the 2 games that they played as well, and were narrowly beaten by Brazil just by the odd goal. So I'm expecting a fiery encounter here, and they don't play a possession-based game like we've seen, like France were, sort of trying to keep hold of the ball and stuff. They're just a bit more one-dimensional, both teams really, and they'll just go for the juggler and straight down through the middle type of team. And so we're in for fireworks. It's going to be quicker than the last game, that's for sure. That's good. And the referees just going through their final preparations, deciding who's going to kick off with the team captains. And just as you said, Morocco are the team that have already registered a win. Iran have drawn 1, lost 1, but Morocco won 1, lost 1. But there's nothing really in it between these 2 teams, which makes it even more interesting. And I'm going to go first now, Dixie. Is that okay? Can I pick the winner? Or? Yeah, you try, because okay. My pint of Guinness is sitting on the counter. Well, I always like the underdog, so I'm going to go with Iran, and I'm going to say the big stage of the last game and the potential to make it through into that quarter-finals will play out. But on that subject, Dixie, you, a former England player, also a manager and now a referee, will have seen it all. What pre-game nerves will these players be experiencing right now? Well, yeah, the butterflies will be tumbling in the tummies a bit, really, because, as I say, it's do or die now for both of these teams. If Morocco have got a weakness in their side, and I don't like saying this particularly, the goalkeeper is a little bit suspect, in my opinion. So if they can fire some shots into him and get around him, I think he could possibly cave in and be the weak link. But you watch, you'll go and prove me wrong now. But I expect, obviously, if you're going for Iran, I've got to go for Morocco, haven't I? So I'll go for Morocco, and I might get a free holiday next year. You may be. It's no deal on that one. But the Moroccan keeper standing in the goals away from us. Morocco will play left to right in the red strip. The keeper in the bright yellow strip. There's no hiding for him, that's for sure. But Iran will be playing in the all white. Their keeper in all black. The referee's just checking everything is okay with the management at the side. They will also check with the guide before those players start. And we're moments away from this Group D matchup. Morocco versus Iran from Birmingham. Yeah, I think we need a strong refereeing performance here, as it could easily get out of hand, this, because they're both quite fiery, these teams, and so are the benches. So they're not frightened of shouting and bawling at one another. So I think we need a strong performance by the referees. Morteza Karimi Amalam will kick off. He'll pass the ball down the left-hand side, and the number 7 for Iran, Rahapour, will chase that ball, but it will just go over the end line and give the chance for Morocco to throw the ball over the halfway line. It'll bounce just before it comes, otherwise it would have been a violation. Iran picked that ball up, and once again it's the number 9, Rahim Gasser, who takes over. Good tackle by the danger man, as you say. Snizler and Hattab, who will combine. Hattab sat deep in his defence right now, but Snizler takes it on and looks to attack. Morocco having early possession down the left-hand side of the boards, and they go towards the
the goal line. Will it run out of play? Yes, it does. And that will result
as he's given the corner.
In a corner ball. So early pressure from the Moroccans and a good start from them to start off this game.
Seemed a little bit of confusion there, the Moroccans. And the Iranians thought it was a goal clearance, but the referees decided it's a corner, and a corner it will be.
Iran will form that three-man wall with an extra defender just inside the penalty area. The corner will be taken by the number 9, Snizler. He will come inside, he'll take it on, and look like there was a way through there, and it's taken over by the number 5, Bourret. Bourret goes into the box and he'll force another corner for the Moroccans, and good early sustained pressure from the men in red.
Yeah, they certainly started the strongest, quick out the blocks, pushing the Iranian team back, but we saw that in the last game as well, didn't we? That it's no indication to what the final result's going to be, but definitely a better start by Morocco.
No, a lot of goals have been scored on the counter-attack, but the last game was definitely a mirror of how the game was played. It was a good result at the end as a good shot comes in from Snizler, who's starting to get a little bit dominant, and he's having a little too much freedom if you're the Iran team. As Iran start the attack, it's with the number 8, Karim Alam.
Gone right up into the top corner, and the Moroccans have taken it across their own goal line and given the Iranians a corner.
Yeah, good pressure from the Iranian number 9 there. Rahim Igasa.
Sun's definitely beating down here now. It's really quite warm. It's been temperature's been cranking up all day, and it's hitting its peak now as the Iranians start there. Just on the edge of the box, trying to create an angle, and it's another corner.
As this corner's being taken by the Iranians, I will say, that the heat, surely that plays a part in this game, and you would possibly say, is it beneficial to people playing in different parts of the world? Does it suit their game more? Are they more used to the humidity? Or do you think these 15-minute halves, you think it does not matter? You think all the teams just leave everything out there?
Well, I think that the countries from sort of central and south are more used to the heat than what the North Europeans are, so they would find it easier. But it's warm, but it's not that warm, is it? It's a nice British summer's day, and
it is. And I mean, we're in a tent here, Dixie, but there is a breeze out on that field. That's a bit refreshing. Balls is with Snizler. Once again, he'll take it inside. Kind of a one-man band up front there, but he's doing a great job and taking it on. Nutmegs his defender and goes for the next ball. But a good tackle, and as you say, the speed of the game is off the charts.
Yeah, it's end-to-end, that's for sure. And here we got Iran just outside the area, battling away there, but he's been dispossessed, and the number 4 for Morocco is bringing it forward.
Yeah, great tackle by Lamlas as he plays it through and comes to no avail as it's in the hands of the Iran goalkeeper. But we have an injury at the other end of the field. Don't want to speculate. It doesn't look serious. But sportingly, the referee and the opposing goalkeeper go and check on the Iran striker. He's looked like he's lost. His blindfold's just come up a little bit, so they're going to go and check on him.
Yeah, he's struggling back to his feet. No, he's back down again.
It doesn't look like he can continue. He's struggling getting to his feet.
Yeah, I didn't see anything particular there. But it's obviously happened when the corner was being taken from that top end.
Iran will be forced to make the early substitution as Mohammed Amin Rahim Zadedeme Rahab will come into the game.
Yeah, the physio's going on, so he's got to come off now. He has no choice. So they'll take him off up the other end and have a look at him. It's obviously an ankle or a knee, the way he's hopping off.
And on goes the number 3, Mohammed, and he'll play a central role to start off with. He's drifting to the right as we see him come on, playing in that right back position as Iran will have the ball. The goalkeeper for Iran, Morteza Ramizana, will conduct traffic, as so often the keepers do in these games. Dixie.
Yeah, the keepers play a vital role really, because they're the only players on the pitch who've got any sight. So your defence is totally reliant on your keepers for giving really good, quality information out about location of players and where the gaps are and stuff like that. So they play a vital role.
The Iran defence there, hunting in packs, might you say, as they come up with the ball. 4 defenders around Snizzler as he was trying to attack, and he's quickly snuffed out. But Snizzler will regain this ball as number 8 picks his pocket for Iran, and he's on a nice run down the right-hand side and fashions a shot. Great footwork by Karimam Alem. Keeper's ball once again for Iran.
This will get quicker as it goes on. As the temperature rises, it'll get faster. So what the makings of a really quick game.
There's the number 9 again, Rahim Igsa. It will roll through to the keeper. Doesn't want to pick that ball up. Doesn't want to chance it. And what a beautiful ball that was. Right to the feet of Snizzler. And he was able to pick that ball up without really knowing much about it. So good distribution.
Yes.
From the Moroccan goalkeeper. There's a chance to score. It comes up with absolutely nothing. He's crowded out by the Moroccan defence. How difficult is it, would you say, Dixie, to fashion a good shooting opportunity in those situations, 1 against 4?
Yeah, when you've got that many players in front of you, it's extremely difficult. Oh, he's had a good shot there, and that's just gone wide of the left and upright. Good shot by the Iranians there. Come out of nothing, really. And, it is difficult because there's not much space in there, and you just got to keep working the ball, and then you hope that there's going to, a gap develops and you can go into that gap.
Yeah, and Karimam Alem nearly spotted that gap and nearly threaded that ball into the corner, but we down the other end on the left-hand side of the boards. It's with that man Snizzler, and as he comes inside, he loses possession but gains it back, and it goes back the way of the Iranians, just across the halfway line. Here he is again, the number 8, weaving and believing as he goes into the last third of the field. It's a good tackle by the Moroccans as they regain possession deep into their own territory on the left-hand side. They'll bring that ball through the centre circle and across the halfway line. It comes to an Iranian jersey, and all the time in the world is well communicated by the coaching staff on the side. Good tackle by the Moroccans. And Dixie, not really many opportunities so far in this first 5 minutes.
No, we haven't had much goal.
Both teams feeling each other out, I would say.
Yeah, not much goal-mouth action, but that'll come, I'm sure of it. And it all depends who gets the first goal, I think. Here we go, the Iranians on the attack.
And what a goal
there you go.
Is. And did he shift gears just as we were speaking and saying not many attempts on goal? That man, Karimam Alem, decided to take matters into his own hands, and you're going to talk us through this replay. But before that happens, what a solo effort from the Iranian number 8.
He's picked the ball up on the halfway line. He's going down the centre. He's gone round one player, and he's about 8-9 metres out, and he's unleashed a right-footed shot into the corner. It was unstoppable. There was no hope for the Moroccan goalkeeper. That was the best outcome we could have wanted. If we wanted one team to score, it was going to be Iran, because Morocco have got to come out now, because this result puts Morocco out.
It does, and it's exactly what the doctor ordered for any neutral fan, and definitely any Iranians following this game. Snizzler will go down the left-hand side. It looks like he's the only person that they're willing to commit forward early on. I'm sure that will change, Dixie, the longer this game goes on and the more they have to chase the game, and you're exactly right. Adds a whole dimension to what's coming up in this next 8 minutes of this half.
Yes, that's that's they'll get on top of the game now. Morocco have got a free kick on the halfway line. It's a bit of a cynical foul by the Iranian, and so here we go again.
Good tackle there by the Moroccans, and definitely a threat. He's Karimam Alam. He looks to be taking on matters into his own hands. He's already got a goal, and he's already shown he's willing to go forward and get another one. No sitting back for both the number 9 and the number 8 for Iran, as Morocco have a chance to come forward, and they'll try get that ball to Snizla.
It's out wide on the left-hand board. And Iranian fella's got it at the moment. He's going to have to be careful he doesn't go across the line and give a corner away. But he's done well there, and it's a goal clearance, much to the disgust of the Moroccans. Mr. Schnitzler's coming off.
He is, and that's an interesting one. Whether they're giving him just a tactical rest at this point. If it is Snizla, he doesn't really look like he wants to come off, but a timeout is called. They'll be able to talk about it further, and the Iranians just take a little bit of a timeout, noticing there's going to be a substitution for the Moroccans. And what will the Iranian coach be saying in this timeout now?
Well, he's going to be happy, isn't he? He's going to be saying, "Get me to halftime, like with a score like this, and let's not have any silly fouls or anything, and we can go from the half-time into another section of the game. We'll just split the game into like 3/3 in the second half, and just keep on trying to say, right, we'll get a clean sheet for the first 5 minutes, then a clean sheet for the second 5, and sort of break it into little bits rather than saying keep me a clean sheet for 15 minutes, which sounds a long time. But
just a little bit of a check, Dixie. How many thirds did you say?
You're catching me on my maths again, aren't you?
So, just to reiterate, Dixie did say over the 3/3.
Yeah. I think I'm right tonight. I say I'm right. 15 minutes divided by 3 is 5 minute thirds.
They can only be 3/3. They can never be anything else.
Right, okay, I'm glad about that. Right, so it's Snitzer definitely gone off? Yeah, I think he has.
And that's surprising for me, Dixie.
He was on fire, wasn't he?
He looked like he was the man, taking the fight to Iran, but maybe the coach has looked for
who's this fella?
Something else that will work. But we haven't seen much of Hattab yet, and he's the danger man on 3 goals, so can't see the jersey numbers from here.
He's well bandaged up, whoever it is. He's got quite a strapping on his...
Yeah, and it is that man Hattab that's got the bandage on his leg, so he's the danger man on 3 goals already. Look for him to get the ball straight away, and he goes through and strikes it, and wow, rattles the bottom corner of the woodwork.
Still going.
What an introduction to this game.
Yeah, he's some player.
He is. Looks like he's taking a shot into the stomach as well, but I'm sure that won't stop him. But early signs indicate he's due another goal, as the Moroccans will bring the ball down the right-hand side against the boards. As with most players, when the ball comes close to them, they're not injured anymore. But then the ball goes out, and he's holding his stomach going back. So
we got a goal clearance for Iran.
It goes down the right against the boards, just crosses the halfway line, and the Iranians are on the attack again. Number 3 for Iran into the game. He was an early substitution forced.
Here we go. We got that
the injury.
Man again.
But what skill and what speed this guy has. What a strike.
God, he's gone straight for the heart of the Iranian defence. Dropped the shoulder, gone to the right-hand side, and unleashed a shot. And the keeper just happens to be standing in the way. He didn't move for it or anything. He just hit him. He was very lucky to stay on his feet.
Yeah, and will he stop this ball? He's in another good position as he comes inside. And what skill by Hattab. He's another shooting opportunity. And it is only a matter of time, surely, Dixie, before he finds the net.
Yeah, he's twisting and turning, and he's still holding his stomach. but he's twisting and turning, and it's quite an acute angle, and the Iranian keeper stopped it with his outstretched right leg, and which is causing him some discomfort now, and the referee stopped the game while the keeper tries to stretch off a calf muscle or something.
I think the sheer power of the shot that hit him on the leg was the issue. I mean, we see the replay now, and it was stopped. Maybe the twist of the foot by the Iranian goalkeeper, but what an introduction from Hattab, and how surprising. Why did he start on the bench?
Well, they say he's heavily strapped, isn't he?
Yes.
And they were, as far as Morocco were concerned, they were, technically they were through to the quarterfinals. It's obviously the situation has changed, and the coach is saying, right, come on then, boy, let's have you on there. He's been on, for 2 or 3 minutes, and had 2 or 3 shots in that 2 or 3 minutes. So.
Yeah, could have had a hat-trick in that space of time, and he's only been on, for a short spell, and just injects that fire to this team. Certain players have been able to do that, as we've watched all day. Yeah, from the women's game to the men's game, there's been, the 2 Argentinian girls, that have just been here, were so dominant, and he looks like one of those players that's just head and shoulders above the other team.
Yeah, he's their main man, that's for sure, and he's some player, and they rely quite heavily on him, and they obviously want to use him sparingly and keep him fresh for the later rounds, and needs must now, because if the situation stays like this, Morocco won't be in the later rounds. So it's on you go, sunshine, with your bad knee, and get us a goal. I'll give you a rest.
Into the game for Iran comes Baki. He'll replace Rahim Igsa, who's given Iran a good spell in these first 9 minutes of the game. The ball will go down the left-hand side. It'll bounce off the boards. Iran will try to retain possession. It comes back over the halfway line. Morocco are on the attack. Down goes Hattab, and he's been in the thick of it already. But 3 Moroccan players managed to snuff out that Iranian attack, and back on the break, some thundering challenges coming in here, Dixie, and all legal but all very, very physical, and a free kick finally given by the referee in favour of, it looks like, Iran.
Yeah, the Iranian lad was tagged, and the referee on the far side there has decided that's enough's enough, and that's a free kick to Iran.
Well, so frantic is the game where over halfway through this first half, it seems like it's just gone by in a blur, but the 1-0 lead from Iran still stands, and the Moroccans all of a sudden have their hands full. A good chip ball, which you say doesn't provide any sound, goes down the left-hand side of the Iranian attack. The Moroccans will regurgitate the ball off the boards, and they'll come down the right-hand side. It's a nice ball played to Hattab. He'll take it on. He'll just cross the halfway line, and he'll go on a run, but a good tackle by the number 4, Baki, who's just come into the game, and he gains the free kick, and we have a problem right now for Hattab. Let's hope he's being more animated than the injury suggests.
I'm just laughing about that. Hattab caused the incident and is giving away the foul. He then fell down and on top of the Iranian. The Iranians try to get up, then Hattab has rolled around away from him like he's been shot. and he's trying to get booked.
Are you implying, Dixie, there's a little bit of playmaking going on?
Yeah. And we got one of the Iranian coaches is looking down at us, and he's saying, what's going on here? We never touched him. He's quite right. He wasn't touched at all.
Corner ball given as the Iranians felt the presence of Hattab behind them and quickly got rid of that ball for a corner. Was nobody there, but they weren't to know, as Hattab is applying this pressure as he's come in the game. And let's see if he has another opportunity to get a shot. He's the spare man in the box for the Iranians. The question is, can they get it to him? He still looks like he's struggling with that midsection as the Iranians the Moroccans take this corner, Dixie, but Hattab looks like he's struggling a little bit in the centre.
Yeah, he'll be struggling till he gets the ball.
He will, and off he goes after that ball now. He'll pick it up on the right-hand side, and suddenly
4
he's
Iranians
healed.
around him.
Look at the defensive pressure from Iran. And that was nearly came through, the number 11.
Yeah. He's done
For
that.
Iran, Mohsini Shah was there just to stop that, but another goal scoring opportunity presented itself for the Moroccans.
Yeah, Iran taking the ball across the field on their attacking third, and the Moroccans battling away with their number 4.
Such is the threat of the counter-attack that it looks like in general teams don't want to push too many players forward, because the kind of blanket defense that's applied. Look, all 3 players
that's
are
a foul,
around, and that is a foul.
Yeah. There's no problem lying down on the floor to stop the ball if there's no other player around you.
Yeah.
But Hattab was stood there, and the Iranian just lay down on the floor directly behind him. So you can see that's dangerous, because if Hattab turns to run, he's just going to go over the top of him. So that would be a free kick to Morocco, and with him on the pitch, I would say it's a dangerous area.
Yeah, and both Pereira and Hattab central, right on the last third for Morocco, and they have a chance of a scoring opportunity. The wall is a 4-man wall, so down the sides, the right-hand side and the left-hand side is still going to be open, but Dixie, we can see this ball, and if it's played with any power and it's to the right, we're not really fancying our chances in this tent. As
behind you.
Dixie just pass me a helmet to protect myself, but the amount of power that Hattab has in his shot suggests that this could trouble the keeper. The question is, which side will he try to gain the advantage? He goes down the left side, moves it to the left, and you could see he was trying to bend that ball around that wall, but doesn't come off for him. But he's once again on the attack, and he's through on goal. And the left foot shot saved by the keeper, but down that left side, just cutting in field, fires in an absolute sizzler.
Looking at the replay, he's twisted, turned, got into the left-hand side, and the keeper somehow he didn't look like he was set at all, and I thought, he's going to fumble this into the net, but he's managed to shovel it round the corner. Didn't look pretty, but it was effective.
The score suggests that Iran have been on top, but it's been far from it. It's been one-way traffic, really, since that Iranian goal. Corner ball, Morocco, down this right-hand side. Lamlas will cross that ball. Go through, no harm, and it's in the hands of the Iranian goalkeeper. He'll bounce it out down the left. It's a nicely weighted throw and controlled well by the Iranian number 4. He'll switch play across to the number 3 for Iran, but Morocco will come up with this ball. Physical contest on the boards, not so much like Spain played, but still very physical. Totally different game than the Spain-France one.
Yeah,
more at speed, and this is a chance.
This
is a chance for Hattab.
He's lost his bearings.
He has lost his bearings, but so tough because that ball escaped from him and got about 3 yards ahead, and in the blind category, such a tough thing to do is chase that ball down and hit it on the move, but
my words,
just scuffed his lines. If anyone can do it, he can.
He was quick, wasn't he? He was travelling across the ground at some rate of knots.
He was. Good defensive work from Hattab as well. He'll come forward once again if he goes right. Oh, and he smashes that one, and it hits the crossbar, and a one-man machine.
Via the goalkeeper. The keeper's put a touch on that.
Abdurazak Hattab testing the palms there, and you're right, Dixie. What a fantastic save from Morteza.
Just seen it again.
Ramanzani. Oh, that is It's right in the roof of the net if he does not get a touch to that. Ball fired. It ended up at least 40 yards over the crossbar in terms of the distance it travelled after it left the field of play. Such a powerful shot.
And more importantly, it's touched over the crossbar and over the top of our tent, not in it. So we've got number 4 for Arant coming off, and number 9's gone on. And we still got 3 minutes left of this half.
The Iranians will go into their customary 3-man wall just inside the penalty area. The man over, and it's not the man over now, is Hatta, but he's closely marked by the Iranian defenders. Taking the corner from this right-hand side will be Lamlas and Bouare. Bouare will take over. He'll cross it. Hatib will go after and get this ball, but he doesn't. Once again, he's going into the box. He's throwing himself around a little bit now. Dixie trying to win the free kick, and that's a good tackle.
He's holding it every time he goes down. He holds his stomach. Then all of a sudden he's up, and there's something on the floor there. It looks like a pair of eye shades to me. So he'll stop the game. Find the player who's lost the eye shades. Oh, there he is. And we'll have an uncontested drop ball. Well, it might be contested. It all depends who had the ball. I didn't see. Yeah, looks like it's a contested drop ball.
Hattab is set up to try gain an advantage and go down the left-hand side using the boards. He knows exactly where he is on the field, and he wins that battle and does so. He'll cut into the middle of the field, and his speed just puts so much pressure on this Iranian defence.
And he didn't say voy, so he's giving a foul away there.
Yep, free kick given. You must say voy if you go for the ball. Communication is of the essence in this game, and once again he goes back, Dixie, and holds that stomach.
Yeah, it takes the pressure off Iran though, doesn't it? It gives them a free kick, lets them slow it down a little bit.
It does, and it's unbelievable that they've been under so much pressure, yet it looks like they're going to be going into the half 1-0 up.
Yeah, it does look like that. We've got, what, just over 2 minutes to go, and a terrible throw by the keeper again.
But he's been the least busy of all those players.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, the keeper, Sami Abara from Morocco, has had very little to do.
I know something he's had to do.
And here again he is. There's that man. Looks like there's a little bit of afters, and he doesn't like that. Hattab.
Yeah, he's quite a volatile character.
Any team that plays against this guy will know you have to get around him and make things difficult, and you can see how he's frustrated. He just keeps running and running and running, and that time sent to make contact with every Iranian player on the pitch, and there was no way through as the ball goes back into the Moroccan keeper's hands, and he'll roll that ball out to the left, and Morocco will mount another attack.
Yeah, with every opportunity, either if it's from the keeper or from the defender, that's what Morocco are doing. They're looking for a tab, and he's adept at throwing himself around, that's for sure. But he must be a nightmare to mark. He's all action.
It's kind of like one of those centre forwards who's just a constant pain, and you know he's there.
Yeah.
Good run by the Moroccans again, and good defending there. Taking no chances was the Iranian number 9. Rahim Iksa just put that ball out for safety as the Moroccans look to get another goal-scoring chance. With just over 1 minute remaining here at the Bournemouth Arena in Birmingham, it remains Iran with that early goal, and Morocco definitely chasing the game 1-0 behind as it stands. Player for Iran just making sure his shoelaces are tied, and the Iranian goalie goes out and brings him back into that 2-man wall.
Yeah, Hattab's just off the centre of the goal, loitering around. Winding up the Iranian defender close to him, no doubt.
The Moroccans will run the film. It comes across, and Hattab just slow to react. Would have had a scoring opportunity, but he has another shot. And is there anything that man can't do?
Yeah, he's running so quickly when he hits it, isn't he? It's very difficult for the Iranians to get close to him.
It is, but here's a rare counter-attack. Yeah. And the Iranians straight up the other end, and this one is end-to-end here. And the number 9 for Iran ventured into that box. Rahim Igza cut inside, and he's earned the free kick about 3 or 4 yards just behind that final third, Dixie.
Yeah, it's a nice central position again. And it's another foul, but I don't think we're going to get. Oh, that makes them on 4, Morocco. And there's only 50 seconds to go, so the chances of that developing anymore is pretty slim. But they got a good opportunity, Iran, and if they can get another goal, that's going to set the second half up for a right royal battle. And I know who will be leading that battle. A certain young man with surname starts with a H and finishes with a P.
Yeah, you did highlight him before the game, and you're exactly right. He has been the star of the show, and surprising he started on the bench, but like you say, nursing an injury as the shot comes in from Iran. And will that ball go for a corner? It's kept him well by the Moroccan defence as they regurgitate another attack. It'll be deep into it, and it will roll out, I think. It will go out of bounds. It will be a throw-in for the Iran goalkeeper.
Yeah, and from that last free kick, it was drilled in, and it was that man, Hittab again.
Oh, Iran cut inside and a chance to score. And good defending there by the Moroccans. A last-ditched attempt to clear that ball, but for all the play that the Moroccans have, Iran could have gone in 2-0 up.
Oh,
Hattab is extremely quick.
Oh, I felt for the Iranian goalkeeper then. I thought, he's going to get clattered yet.
He is extremely quick, as anywhere that ball is, he'll go through and try get that ball, as the Iranian keeper feared for his life as Hattab bared down on him with another scoring opportunity. And true to form, there's Hattab hits the deck.
Thought his stomach again.
So, the score in Birmingham at the Bournemouth Arena is surprisingly Iran 1, Morocco 0. We'll pick this one up going into the second half as soon as we have a little bit of a break in the action, and hope you join us for the last 15 minutes to see who in this Group D can get through into this quarter-final stage. From me and Dixie, it's goodbye for the moment. We'll see you for the second half.
It's fast, technical and tense. This is your guide to five-a-side football. There are 5 players per team, 4 outfield players and a goalkeeper. The aim of the sport is to score a goal by kicking the ball into your opponent's goal, and at the end of the game, whoever scored the most wins. Players must wear eye shades to ensure that all players have the same level of vision. That is apart from the goalkeepers, who aren't required to wear eye shades and can be fully sighted. Their job is to keep the ball from going in the goal behind them. But how do the players on the field know where the ball, or indeed the goal, is? Well, the ball in blind football is specially designed to make sound whenever it moves. Also, each team has a guide behind the opposition goal to help direct them. Each player is required to shout "Voy" when going for the ball. This ensures every player has the cues they need to help build a picture of what's going on and what to do next in defence or attack. To help this, total silence is required from the crowd until a goal goes in. Voy is Spanish for go, and it was the Spanish who were credited with originally developing blind football in the 1920s. As well as the Paralympics, teams from all corners of the world can compete at World, European, Asian, African and America's Championships, as well as a World Grand Prix.
Blind football can be played by both men and women, with the historic First Women's World Championships coming up in 2023.
So what are you waiting for? Give it a try.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA anti-doping app has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA anti-doping app. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
Welcome back for the second half here at the University of Birmingham. Bournebrook Arena is the setting, and the beautiful sunshine shining down on us. A half-time score, surprisingly, is Iran 1, Morocco 0. I'm joined once again by Dixie Dean, the legendary England player, coach, and now referee. And no doubt he'll be advising us on all those subjects without any holding back. Dixie, what do you make of that first half?
Yeah, it was some first half, and obviously the Iranians got their goal, and which changed the complexion straight away. And Morocco started without Hatab, and as soon as they went 1-0 down, they brought him on, and he's totally turned the game around in Morocco's favour. But there's a scoreline still 1-0 to Iran. He's still got some more work to do. But his presence on the pitch has sent shockwaves through the Iranian defence.
It has, and him and Drioff will start this possession, and a quick shot by Drioff, clear intent of the Moroccans as they're playing right to left, and they test the keeper with that first shot. The ball is coming back, and a scoring opportunity, but a great tackle by the Moroccan defence, but that ball is still alive, and the keeper was alert to everything. And the danger looks like it's gone as the Moroccans come away into that Iran half. But should that ball find Hatab here, he's in on goal as he's all on his own for a brief second. Just as that ball comes across, we will do when we get a break. As soon as that ball comes across, the Moroccans intercept it and they go back down the field. And we can't take his eyes off this one right now as it started at a frantic pace. And that, Dixie, will be suiting this Moroccan team.
Yeah, you're Hatab. Oh, he's had a shot and it's been... Oh.
Is that a back pass? I mean, Hatab had the shot before.
Yeah.
But did the keeper use his hands? What is illegal and okay in that situation, Dixie?
Well, to be fair, if it was a back pass and he's used his hands, it's an indirect free kick on the edge of the box. I was looking at Hatab because he was not happy about something else, and he was waving his arms around in the air and being very vocal about something. He did use his hands.
He did.
He quickly took his hands off it, but he used his hands to stop the ball.
On to the next play, and the next play is Iran's corner. They'll have a chance to breathe a little bit, but just as we have them cutting in field, we have that man Hatab who picks the ball across, takes it through. Will he be on goal? It's a great tackle, but he still has possession, and he has the ability to come back inside and somehow fashion a free kick in a dangerous position. But just before you go to that, Dixie, can we please say hello to the 1,200 viewers we have currently on YouTube? You know, an amazing amount of people following this one, showing that blind sport is popular all around the world. Hope you're enjoying the game, guys. And there's plenty more left in this one with 13 minutes remaining. Iran lead Morocco, but a free kick to the Moroccans. A chance to come back, Dixie.
Yeah, it's about 9 metres from the goal, slightly left of centre. And obviously Hitab's over it, and with the number 8 behind him, but it's obviously going to be the Moroccan number 10 who's going to take charge of this free kick, and we'll wait for the referee to get ready and get everything sorted out, and he's happy, then he'll pass it over to the guy behind the goal.
When I'm looking at that four-man wall, Dixie, it's so difficult to see any kind of opportunity to see that net. It just looks like they've got all angles covered, so we will see if Hatab is able to shift that ball maybe down the right-hand side. If anyone can fashion a strike from here, he can. Let's see.
Yep, we're ready to go.
And he does move it onto the right foot. He gets a strike, but it's well blocked by the Iranian defence. And if nothing else, how organised has this Iranian defence been so far?
Yeah, they've worked really hard. Oh, the referee's decided it's a goal clearance. They've been really well organised and sticking to their tasks really well, and they're getting in and around the Moroccan number 10 any time he gets the ball, so doing a good job. And here come the Moroccans again.
as they venture inside that centre circle, and a good ball. It's one that Hattab for once won't catch, but a great idea from Lamlas as he tried to get Hattab on the move, and just maybe the communication was just off as the two Moroccans tried to gain an advantage. The ball is down the left-hand side. It's a good tackle, but it's deemed an unfair one as Lamlas just caught his opponent. And we're going to go and check. That was a fierce challenge. No intent there, Dixie, but just caught him.
Yeah, he's gone over. It was a fantastic ball out from the Iranians down the left-hand channel. He's hit it, 25, 30 metres and straight to feet. And he didn't roll it. He fairly well smacked it down into that corner. And the Iranians brought it under control really well. And obviously the Moroccan defence has gone out to where the ball is, and he's gone out a little bit quick, and they've made contact with one another. So that's a direct free kick to Iran.
It was well controlled by Raheem Igsa, and he's over this one. Chance for them to put this game out of reach, and who would put it beyond them to just fashion a goal out of nothing, which will be so demoralising for these Moroccans who've had the lion's share of possession. The guy just letting them know where the posts are. They're about 5 metres out on the left-hand side, just across from the boards. It's another corner ball to the Iranians. They'll be more than happy that ball's down the other end of the field.
Yeah, as long as it stays down there, they're going to be well pleased with this. We still got 12 and 3/4 minutes to go. Using me fractions as well now, Jace.
Hey, I'm proud of you, Dixie. You've come so far today.
And the Iranians have still got in control of the ball, and as they say all the time, the ball's down there. They're going to be happy. We've got a lot of teams watching from the stands, other teams.
Good competition on the side of the boards there, and the Iranians will come in feeling a shooting opportunity, but just fluff these lines. Nothing comes of it as Morocco break free. And a bad challenge. Could there have been an advantage played there, Dixie?
Oh, no, I don't. All right, I think that is the Iranian player who committed the foul. Looks to me like I'm not quite sure what he's done. Could be dislocation of his shoulder. He's in some sort of pain, so the physios are coming on to him.
Looks like he's in a lot of pain. Not something you want to see.
No. It's happened directly in front of us. It's definitely shoulder.
Putting things in perspective, he does look like he's twisted his shoulder slightly. The player down, as he's been so often, is the number 9, Raheem Igsa. He looks like he's just being calmed down a little bit. And he looks like he's going to be stood up. He'll get to his feet, which is good news. Yeah. It looks like he's just jarred the shoulder. So probably one of those injuries, but he looks a lot more comfortable than when he first went down.
Yeah, there was definitely a yelp from him as he hit the ground, and he's going to be taken off, and the substitute will come on.
Yeah, the crowd applauds him as he goes off. He's really putting a shift. But the substitute coming on has big shoes to fill, but would you go more defensive now, bringing on a player with over 12 minutes left? Yeah. Still at that 1-0 advantage. Is it too early?
Yes, it's a long time to defend, isn't it, if you're going to make that call, especially with the Moroccan number 10 on the pitch, who we know can hit a ball from almost anywhere.
It is, and just to remind the fans watching, as the ball is in the centre of field, that the Iranians need a win. So right now, the Iranians would go through in second place, but the Moroccans only need a draw, so that one goal is so priceless. The next goal, for me, is the deciding goal. The Iranians come inside, and what a nice tackle. A well-timed tackle.
Yeah, that was a brilliant block by the
Keeley.
Moroccans. Excellent, because that if he'd made contact with that and it had got away from him, that was goal-bound, and I don't think the keeper would have stopped it. It was a great block.
The ball is with Iran. It comes down the right-hand side, but it's picked off by Hattab. As he goes into the box, he'll have a shooting opportunity. Just fizzes that one wide, but once again, there's that man. He'll take a while to get back to his feet. But once that ball comes to him again, he'll be in full flight.
Oh, he just comes alive, doesn't he?
He does.
Arana got the ball down the far board, down the left-hand board, trying to make progress down there, but Moroccans have won it again, and they punt the ball forward. They're looking for the Moroccan 10 Hatab all the time, and they need a little bit more quality into him.
They're almost happy. They're almost happy, Dixie, to punt that ball downfield in the vicinity of Hatab and let him see what he can do. But it's a big ask because he's got to track down every ball. But there he goes through. And is that a free kick?
Nah.
It's play on. Incidental contact. Not much doing, would you say, there, Dixie?
No, he lost control of that ball. The ball was 5 or 6 metres in front of him. It was rolling out, and it was just a coming together, really. And he hasn't made a big thing about it either, which is good to see.
Ball is back down the left side with Baki. He's done a really good job since he's come back into this game. Had a lot of possession for the Iranians. It's down the right-hand side now. Looks like it's going out, but kept in by the Moroccans. And the Moroccan red goes the other way. It's the next onslaught coming at Iran as a great run by the Moroccan number 3 and a great shot. A little bit too far out to trouble the goalie, but there's the intent again. And the Moroccans can take it from the length of the field and really test the opposition keeper. Really good game here, Dixie.
Yeah, it was a good run by the 3 there. He travelled some distance and he got a reasonable strike away. But, the Iranian keeper covered the area really well and got away. Here we go. Here's your man. Oh, leaves 2 Iranians in his wake. He's still on the ball, going out to the left-hand board. Cuts back in again. He's still battling one. He's still got it. He's on the floor. He's up. He's still got it. It's amazing. He's lost out now. And the Iranians come down the left-hand board.
You know, an elite level competition, Dixie. We talk about athletes and players leaving everything out there. And Hatab has given every sinew of his body to this one, and he just keeps going and going and going.
Yeah.
As Iran break free, and there's a chance to run in on goal perhaps for the Iranian number 8. Just caught his heels, but he would have had a chance to put this game to bed. And back we go. Helter-skelter football right here.
Yeah, it's switching backwards and forwards, ebbing and flowing all the time.
As Drioff took a tumble, but the ball remains in play. Nothing given once again. Drioff will pick up possession. And it's over to the number 4 for Morocco as he goes into the centre circle. Pressured well once again by Baki, who's been in the thick of things since he came on. But I know why you're sighing, because that ball nearly came to the main man, Hatab.
Yeah, there's no volley by the Iranian. So we're going to have a free kick to Morocco. They've got to be careful with this, Iranians. What they don't want to do is to get into that position. They give them 4 fouls away and get a stupid 8-metre penalty against them, and they get a draw from ill discipline, really. So you got to be a little bit careful. Yeah,
the referee just having a word with the Iranian coach. You know, temperatures have flared over. There's no timeout being called, so certain players thought there was a timeout, went to get a drink. And the referee said, let's get on with play. So standing over the ball, it's at the halfway line, just inside the Moroccan half, down the left-hand side. And the impressive Drioff will take over with this one as he dribbles into the Iranian half. He'll go down the left side. He cuts inwards and almost got inside that Iranian defence and could have had a goal-scoring opportunity then.
Yeah, he's still battling for it on this board in front of us. He's got 2 or 3 Iranians around him, but he's battling and battling. It's not coming out. Hatab's gone over there as well, help him out. Still battling against the wall. And the Iranians have managed to clear it down the pitch.
Nice touch once again by Drioff. He'll lose out to that man Baki, who's been so good for these Iranians. He's been on his own at times, but he's carried the torch for this team. And Drioff is tackled well, greatly timed tackle there by the Iranians. They'll bring it back over the halfway line, and it's a one-on-one. It's a well-timed tackle by the number 3 for Morocco. And once again, a chance goes begging. That ball will still remain in, and it'll be well controlled by the Moroccans. They're set off from their own goal line. Coming into the centre circle, and the ball is just a bit too far. And even Hattab won't catch that. The problem there was, as the keeper was trying to instigate an attack, he crossed into that next third, and am I right in saying, Dixie, then the keeper cannot communicate
well, he should
with his players? Yeah.
Sometimes they do, he shouldn't, but they need, if they're looking for a Hattab up front, they need to get the quality of the ball into him a little bit better. It's a bit wayward at the moment, and they're just expecting him to pick everything up. They probably need to work the ball a little bit more, get a bit closer to him, and then feed him in, where they can be a little bit more accurate. But
so it will be a Iran goalie throw-in, but is it time with 7 minutes left? Iran leading 1-0 as they pick the ball up deep into the Moroccan half, and it's play on, advantage played. But is it time to see that Snizzler-Hattab combination up front? Would you go with that? Because right now it doesn't look like, for all the possession that Morocco are having, they're testing Iran enough in that goal.
Yeah, you're spot on right. I think I would have Snizzler on now. If he's fit and able to play. It was just under 7 minutes to go. I think I would have him on the pitch and get the two of them up front. And some of these long balls might stick then. But at the moment, you've just got Hattab up front, and he can't cover the whole. It's a good tackle.
It's a great tackle, and it's a great run by the Iranians. And the Iranians have still got the potential to score on the break. They're probably fashioning the better chances of the last 4 or 5 minutes, as the referee just stops play and checks that the blindfold is on of one of the Moroccan players. But this game is fairly even right now to me, and at 6 minutes, I would like to see a change in the Moroccan lineup in terms of, do you go for it, do you not?
Well, they've got to go for it, haven't they? But I would be inclined to get Snizzler on it if I was the Moroccan coach. As I say, the Moroccan coach is obviously, he's more aware of, has Snizzler got an issue and we don't know about.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I can think of. That's going to be a corner. That's the only reason I can think of that he's not on there, that he's got an issue, because, you're losing, you're going out the tournament, you've got 6 minutes to play, and you've got a player sitting next to you who is probably one of the better forward-thinking players in your squad.
But
you haven't got him on the pitch.
But right now, Dixie, in any sport at this point, things have to be changed, and you're not talking about just a one-off game. You're playing for all the marbles right here. So
yeah,
I would go and I would play those two up front. However, this is my first experience of blind football, and I'm beginning to sound like I know what I'm talking about, but please correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right. You're right. It's no different from any other football. That was close.
That was a clear-cut chance by Hattab, as we were just talking. He found himself in the box from the right-hand side and scuffed that one. And sorry, Dixie, you were saying?
Yeah, well, it's like the FA Cup's quarter-final, isn't it? And it's like you've got, for argument's sake, Liverpool playing, they're losing 1-0, and they've had Ian Rush sat on the bench for 85 minutes. You're going to put him on, aren't you? Do you know what I mean? And it's no different.
For all our YouTube viewers, Ian Rush is a very, very old Liverpool player that used to play for Liverpool. He is the record scorer for Liverpool, so, Dixie was relating back to how prolific he was as a goal scorer. But just to relate that to our younger YouTube generation who don't know who that is.
Yeah, I'm just trying to illustrate a fact that if you've got someone of Snitzler's, he's got ability, he's a great hold-up man, and he can help Hattab up front. You're losing, you're going out this tournament, 6 minutes to go, and he's still on the bench, and I can't see any sign of him coming on. They're not even warming him up.
No, I can't. And as we have got a break in play, Dixie Dean famous for not only what he's done within blind sport, but try and Google Dixie Dean at any point, you won't get any joy. The legendary Everton striker who's passed away years ago, Dixie Dean, will always come up on your Google search. So Infamous Dixie Dean over here, very, very difficult to find, and we had a bit of a laugh and a joke about that this morning as I was trying to find out who I was commentating with, and to no avail. So,
yeah,
the elusive Dixie Dean.
I like to go under the radar.
Ball will be easily picked up. Oh no, it won't. It'll run through to the Iranian, and they will create another corner. And with 6 minutes left, you will be so happy as the Iranian coach if you knew that ball was to stay in the corner of the field. Do the Iranians make any changes? I mean, do they go more defensive, or do they just keep playing and riding their luck and one up? They must be in dreamland right now.
Yeah, just keep doing what you're doing, because they don't look. They seem to weather the storm from Hattab, and
here they have another chance of scoring. And
they're making chances for themselves.
Sorry to interrupt, Dixie, but that was a clear-cut chance, and you were saying about them making chances.
Yeah, so no, I wouldn't do anything if I was them.
Good tackle from the Iranian number 6. That ball will go out, and it'll look like it's a goalkeeper's throw-in.
Yep.
The Moroccan goalkeeper will throw it right, and it's to that man Hattab. He picks it up, and what a nice first touch inside. But it comes across to Drioff. Drioff, more than capable, forces the corner, and the chance to fashion something from this corner kick.
And still no sign of Snizzler. He must be injured. He has to be.
He must be. I love how the clock stops. There's no chance of time wasting, Dixie, going down the final stretches of the game. The only way that the ball can be slowed down is if you keep possession as a team. Really, it can't be, it can't be slowed down. The ball has to come in from a certain amount of seconds, and just the game keeps flowing.
Well, you're going with blind football. You're going to get 15 minutes each way of solid football.
Yeah.
So it's 15 minutes of action, as opposed to a Premier League game which is 90 minutes long, and you're lucky if you get 60 minutes of it actually any action going on. The other 30 odd minutes is nonsense and ball out of play and play acting, and so this even though it's a short format, you do get, as I say, the solid 15 minutes of football.
And just as we were talking, that man again, Hattab, went on one of his mazy runs, and he's just found himself with a free kick going into the final third, just a little bit outside.
There we go.
Of the Iran final third, and is this the time?
That was the final free kick for the Iranians.
To introduce Snizzler. It's not yet, but as you say, the final free kick in terms of the foul count, so they'll advance the ball. Will the Moroccans, on every foul that comes up next, must be an advantage with 5 minutes 26 to play.
Well, especially with his habit, the way he hits the ball from anywhere on the pitch, give him a free hit at the goal from 8 metres, he's going to be well pleased.
And he moves left. He goes onto his left foot, squares that ball, and just runs out of room. Nowhere to beat the keeper. As the Iranian goalkeeper had that one easily covered.
They're going to have to be well disciplined now, the Iranians. They cannot give another foul away.
And that's easier said than done, with Hattab going into the box, but a good tackle from the Iranians. A collision means that one of them goes down, but the Moroccans trying to get the ball, and here he is on the left peg. Oh, what a goal-saving tackle, surely, by the Iranian defenders.
They've got to be so careful, get the boys in, not too much aggression on the bodily contact.
It's nice skill by the Moroccan number 8. He'll pick it up, but he's facing the boards, which is a disadvantage in terms of being able to.
And it's a corner.
In, but it is a corner ball.
I've got sweaty palms, yeah. I'm getting all hot and bothered in the tent.
Well, it's very hot in this tent, but the fire is definitely on the field in more ways than one. And when you're looking at the score and you say it's only 1-0, it's been far from boring. Both these teams have really put each other under pressure
Yeah, they put a display on this afternoon. We had a couple of nil-nillers in the week last week, and I said in the commentary then there's nil-nils and there's nil-nils.
Yeah.
And the nil-nils we got in the week were fantastic. And as the ball flashes across, no danger for the Iranian goal there. The big number 4 from Morocco is trying to make progress down this left-hand board.
The Iranians will be more than happy, though, how they've defended, because it doesn't seem like the Moroccans have had too much of a clear opportunity to score. They've huffed and puffed, but this house just isn't coming down right now, and the Iranians resolute with how they're defending.
Yeah, since the half-time break, I can't remember any near misses by Hitab at all. When he come on, he was very electric, and he had 4 or 5 really good chances straight away.
It's a good tackle by Lamlas as the ball moves, and here's Hatab, and that is and saved by the woodwork. We couldn't even see that ball move, but what a shot by Hatab. How unlucky is he not to score there?
Yeah, hopefully we'll see that one again in an appropriate time. It's
a free kick given away to the Iranians, and we're definitely going to see that one back.
Oh, it was absolutely fabulous. He hit it so hard. He's on the edge of there. He's hit it so hard the actual goalpost had jumped up in the air. It was incredible smash against the post.
And the keeper didn't have a chance. So unlucky.
Well, it's a good job it wasn't anywhere near the keeper who had taken his head off. My word. That was some strike. And he was running so quickly when he struck it as well. It's a really difficult skill as a blind person to do that. And I know we keep banging on about Snisler, but there's still no sign of him coming on, so it's going to be down to Hatab and him alone.
Yeah, and Hatab there, I mean, we go through the skill of him chasing that ball down. It's on the move, and with no vision to be able to catch up with that ball and crack it at such speed. What an amazing athlete that man is.
Oh, it was incredible, because he was going at some rate of knots, and he's absolutely he won't connect with a better ball than that, I'm sure you.
The ball will bounce late, but it's watched by the goalkeeper for Morocco. He'll have a chance to throw that ball down in a timeout, and is this the chance to talk things over for Morocco and come up with a final strategy in these last 3 minutes and 16 seconds, Dixie?
Yeah, well, Morocco have called the timeout, so yeah, I can imagine the Morocco coach is saying, we have to draw another foul. We've got to draw another foul. So let's get running with the ball, keep it moving, keep it close to your feet, get them frustrated so they come in and commit a foul, and we'll give the wingman, the number 10, the ball from 80 metres and let him have a go, because you can imagine how hard he's going to hit that 8-metre shot, based on that last shot he had. So
take us through that scenario, Dixie. The foul limit has been exceeded by these Iranians, and the next foul, if it's anywhere on the pitch, or how will that result? How will that be an advantage to these Moroccans? What will happen quickly before we start the game?
Quickly, wherever the foul happens, it could be in their own penalty area. The referee will run down, he'll pick the ball up, and he'll take it all the way up to the other end, put it then on the 8-metre spot and say, there you go, so have a crack from there.
Right, so a massive advantage. And the question is how they do that. My theory would be get the ball to the feet of that man Hatab.
Yeah, well, anyone running with the ball, anyone who can keep the ball nicely tight into their feet, if they're running forwards, you've only got to get a nudge and go down, and the referee's going to be looking at you on the favourable position. Which there's a delay. There's one of the Iranians that's been repatched, so you're not missing anything. We're just filling in. The only time that would be different, when I said he'll run from wherever the free kick is on the pitch, if the foul occurs closer to the goal than 8 metres, so it could be 7 metres from the goal the foul occurs, the player then has the choice. He can take it from where the foul occurs, or he can go and take it to the spot.
Okay, so well clarified by Dixie Dean, but the 3 minutes 16 seconds left. Iran still lead somehow against Colombia. That is enough to make Iran leapfrog the Colombians and go into that quarter-final. A goal is needed from Morocco, sorry. The ball goes across. The Moroccans have a chance to shoot. But it's once again snuffed out. And here's Hattab, and he'll blast that ball. Too much of a narrow angle for him to score there. But he's still huffing and puffing, and he's still weaving and believing, Dixie.
Yes, he's hitting it from all over the place. We've got an Iranian player down at the moment, so the clock is stopped again. Yeah, he just hits it from anywhere. He's got such a powerful shot on him that I think he believes he can score from anywhere on the pitch.
I think all of us believe that. Whenever he seems to get the ball, it looks like he's going to score. The surprising thing is,
he hasn't.
It's still 0 for the Moroccans.
And the ball's come up to the other end, and the Iranians have got the ball into the attacking third, which is where they want it.
It has, and smartly defended by the Iranian number 4 as he doesn't give away that free kick that you were talking about, Dixie. But taking over the ball is Hattab. Will he come away with it? No, he won't. He's marked out by 4 Iranian defenders, and once again the ball is down deep into the Moroccan half. They do have possession slightly, but it's to no advantage unless that ball is moved forward into a goal-scoring position. Hattab will chase. He has a chance to go through. He'll win the battle, and he goes into the box, and a free kick is given. But was that inside the box?
No, it was outside the box. The Iranian player is going to be booked, and this is what I was saying. That's about a metre outside the penalty area. So the referee now will give. Well, I'm assuming it's going to be Hattab if he can get up. We'll give him the option. They'll say to him, right, you can either take it from the point where you were taken down, or we can come across and you take it from the 8-metre spot, which is obviously centre to the goal. So it's your choice. So he's back up on his feet. I can't believe that it's going to be anyone else bar him taking this penalty, this 8-metre penalty. So at the moment...
So the scenario is, for all you people listening, that ball is just to the right-hand side of the penalty area. It's about a metre, as we see the faces of some of the Moroccans and Iranians in the crowd, and mixed emotions. But they're going to move the ball into the centre.
Yeah, he's decided, now I don't like this spot. I'd rather be in the middle. So the Iranians are going to have to retreat behind the ball.
More or less like a penalty kick.
Yeah, it's exactly the same, but it's just 2 metres further out. So the Iranians will have to go back behind the ball and be at least 5 metres from the ball.
And the way Hattab strikes this ball, you can only see one outcome. But the test is, can Morteza Ramizana stand tall? He's done everything he can to stop these Moroccans scoring in this game. He just needs, with 1 minute remaining, one more save. I reiterate, this is what's at stake. Sorry, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
This is what is at stake. A goal for Morocco changes everything and puts them through to the quarter-final.
Yeah.
No goal and remaining at 1-0 will see Iran go through. So such a big moment within this blind sport.
He must concentrate on getting it on target. If he gets it on target with the power he hits the ball, unless it's, he's going to score unless the keeper can do, a miraculous save or something. But I'll tell you something, I don't think I want to be in goal with him hitting the ball at me.
No, the guide is checking the post. The ball is more or less in the penalty spot position, maybe a metre back. It's dead central. He'll take a run up. He comes and he blasts the ball wide, and the Iranians breathe life again. Everybody exhale. And that was the moment you feel, Dixie, that was going to seal it.
Jason, can you remember what I said to you this morning on penalties about players putting the ball down and taking 3 or 4 steps back?
Yeah.
Why do they do it? The chance of the error coming from doing that is so great. I just can't believe it. He's done it.
And it wasn't just wide, it was probably the worst shot he's taken all game from a stationary ball.
With no pressure. He had no pressure. Well, he had the pressure of obviously the penalty, but there was no physical pressure on him. He had all the time in the world to get himself set. And, just for the viewers at home, what he's done is he's put the ball down and he's taken 3 steps away from the ball and then tried to run up and hit it.
Replay coming. I mean, he didn't just miss by a fraction. It was about a metre wide. But just to put in perspective, you're playing with no sight and the crowd is into it. The other players are talking and all of a sudden it becomes silent. Does that add extra pressure onto the penalty kick taker?
Yeah, for sure. There's extra mental pressure. But as I say, there's so many variables. If you step back off the ball and you run, if your stride is slightly wrong, you're not going to make a decent contact with the ball. And he's, I'm sure he did it in one of the other games earlier in part of the week. They had an 8-metre penalty, and I'm sure he did exactly the same. I'm just bewildered why. Because he's so powerful, he doesn't need to do that.
He is, but he's at it again, and he goes inside. He has a chance to score.
That's a good save
and clatters the keeper in the process.
That is a good save by the keeper.
Morteza Ramazana standing up and being countered. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. He has kept his side single-handedly in this competition.
My word, he's taking a clatter in there. Oh, that was brave to go down in there.
Still results in a Moroccan corner, and at this stage of the game, a 1-0 advantage with only 1 minute 16. There will only be one outcome, but you would not put it past these Moroccans to fashion a goal.
No,
take this one even
it's only going to
further.
be another little foul, and we get the man on again on the 8-metre penalty spot, and you'd like to think he'd learn from his lesson, learn a lesson, and just take 2 steps back. And to my mind, it's simple mathematics. If you take 3 or 4 steps back, you've got a 25. You got a higher percentage chance of something going wrong. If you take less steps back, the percentage is less. And
there you go with your maths again, Dixie.
No. Yeah, but football is all about angles, isn't it? And
it is. It makes common sense to do that, but there must be a method to these guys. He's a phenomenal player.
Oh, he's absolutely class.
Hattab, and he's been the bright spark in this game, all game round. Number 1, I can't believe he started on the subs bench, but that might have been because he's slightly injured and came on, but he's given it his all. But the big surprise for both of us is no sign of Snizzler, but the game resumes and Hattab has the ball. He's going away from the goal he needs to be going at, but he regains it and turns round, and he comes again and takes another shot. It rebounds off the boards, and it's still in play, and it just goes over the end line. It'll be a goalkeeper throw-in with 59 seconds left. The clock is Iran's friend, still somehow 1-0 up. Can they see this out? And can they defeat the odds and go through into the quarter-finals? Hattab will bound down that right side, but as you say, Dixie, one free kick given to the Moroccans could change everything.
The Iranians have got it at the moment, right out on the board, just killing
and
the
they
time.
come inside, and can he kill the game
off?
He's
hit the
what
post.
A save! It was tipped onto the post by the Moroccan keeper, and how decisive will that be? Will there be another foul?
Yurka Morocco.
Oh, and Hattab, a little bit over-exuberant, gets in the way.
Oh, we're down to the last 15 seconds. It's a goal clearance here. They've got one more attack.
And it's at Hattab's feet, and if anyone can do it, he can. He turns and shoots, and with 7.5 seconds, surely now the Iranians are smelling that victory. One last throw-in, and that will do it. 4 seconds remaining, and what a result for these Iranians to go through. And can you believe the outcome? Doesn't seem fair, Dixie. What's your take on it all?
Well, what a fantastic! My take is what a fantastic performance by the Iranians. They, There's players on the floor everywhere. The Iranian keeper's on the floor with his head buried into the turf. Another Iranian on the halfway line. And loads of Moroccans all lying on the floor. And the Iranian coach and staff are coming on, picking their players up and saying, come on, you should be celebrating, not lying around on the floor. And yeah, what a fantastic performance by the Iranians.
Absolute devastation from the Moroccans, who gave it their all, from the goalkeeper to the man of the moment, Hattab, and they just couldn't get the job done. But we have to congratulate Iran on an improbable victory, and as it stands, there is only one more game to be played in this round to decide who will be the final 8th team to join all these other 7 teams. We'll bring you up to date with who's in the quarter-final, and the Brazil-Mexico game will start not so long away. So please tune in. Thanks for all the viewers on the YouTube channel. There's definitely been a great attendance number, but as you can see on the screen, the score finishes Iran number 1, Morocco 0. From me and Dixie Dean, we'll see you soon for Brazil and Mexico. Goodbye for now. Welcome to the final game of the group stages. This is the Blind Football World Cup, live from Birmingham, precisely the University of Birmingham, and it's the Bournebrook Arena which is the setting and the stage for this final game for Brazil against Mexico. We'll soon be welcoming the teams onto the field of play. We'll go ahead with the national anthems. As soon as they walk out, we'll be respectfully joined by the crowd and many followers on the YouTube stream. And then we'll get on with what's in store for this final game. Lots of different implications still remaining. We have already 7 teams have booked their place in the quarter-finals. Who will join them will depend on the outcome of this one. Just looking at things happening in the crowd. Vamos Mexico, and they will need all the help they can get going into this one to face Brazil. How dominant they've been over the years will be exemplified by my colour commentator, who I will introduce soon. But for now, the players walking out onto the pitch. Brazil in the blue shirts, white shorts and blue socks will take on Mexico in the white tops and black shorts. National anthems will begin any second now.
Please rise if you are able for the national anthem of Brazil. Please remain standing if you are able for the national anthem of Mexico.
So the national anthems once again impeccably observed by all the fans who remain here for the evening time. English time is 6:25 in the evening. Wherever you are in the world watching, it's either good morning, good afternoon or good evening, as we see the team line up for Brazil. At number 12, the Costa Cola Bermusa Mateus. Number 7, Goncalves Jefferson. Number 4, Mendes Mason. Number 5, Reis Casio. Number 11, Vieira Soares Jardil. The substitutes for Brazil: Luan Lacerda is the goalkeeper, Da Silva Jonathan Felipe, Mendes Ramundo, Da Silva Thiago, Santana Da Silva Samir. The head coach is Fabio Vasconcelos, and the guide is Junior Edson. That is your lineup for the formidable Brazil. Going on to their challengers with a big task at hand. We look at Mexico. Number 1, Martinez Batistuta Guido. Number 3, Cereza Riviero Jose Eduardo. Number 4, Rangel Francisco. Number 3, Carillo Montes de Oca Edgar Javier. Number 9, Sotelo Martinez Gerardo Javier. The subs: Riviera Rinaldo, Sergio Morales, Rodriguez Carlos, Otiro Omar, Minchado Carlos, and the head coach Raul Ortiz. The guide is Ricardo Bonet, and that is your lineup for the Mexicans. So moving on from the team lineups, I have in store a real guest sat alongside me. We've been doing this all day. His name is Dixie Dean. He's the ex-England player, ex-manager, and now a top referee within the game, and he'll be relaying the finer points across to us as this game goes on. Dixie, welcome to the final game of today. How do you see this one going?
Right, well, we're just looking at the games that we've had previous today, and we had the ladies semi-final, and Japan won that 1-0 on penalties, and that was followed up by a comfortable win by Argentina and Sweden. So that's your final, Japan versus Argentina. Then we had a walkover game, Colombia Malawi. That was 6-0. Then going on, then we had Spain 2, France 4. That was a cracker. Then we had the last game was Iran versus Morocco was punch drunk, and that ended up 1-0 to Iran, which is a good game. So we've got Brazil and Mexico now. Brazil have played 2 so far and won 2, but I must say, for the standards that Brazil usually set over the last 25-30 years, they're well below par at the moment. They don't seem to be playing up to their usual standards, but they have won those 2 games, be it only 1-0 each time, and so they're a bit lackluster at the moment, and the Mexicans are sitting on 1 point, and this is a must-win for Mexico, and they must win by a convincing score to push Iran out of that second place spot, which would take them through to the quarterfinals.
And the exact situation you're referring to, Dixie, is that Brazil are already through. They've topped the group. Even now, if they lose, they're still on 6 points and they'll go through, but they'll be wanting to carry momentum over. But in terms of Mexico, they do have an outside chance if they can beat these Brazilians at 4-0.
Yeah,
easier said than done, but it's still a possibility. And we've seen in the last game, Iran beat Morocco under extreme circumstances and Moroccan pressure. Anything can happen, Dixie.
Yeah, anything could happen if my maths are right. I think it's 4-0 that they got to win by, but that could be wrong. But they've got to win by a convincing scoreline at least. So we'll leave it at that for the time being, and we'll get that clarified as the game goes on, just to make sure I'm right. But I can't see Brazil conceding 3 or 4 goals. But hey, stranger things have happened in football, and you never know. Morocco, the Mexicans might get a good start, get an early goal, and we're ready to go. I think I'll hand you back to Jason. And
so the scene is set. The Mexicans will kick off going left to right, and they immediately force thought was a corner, but it'll be a Brazilian goal kick. The Brazilian team in the beautiful blue shirts and white shorts and blue socks will face off against the Mexicans in white shirts, white socks, and the really nicely cut Adidas kit of the black shorts. But the ball will go straight across the Brazilians on the left-hand side. And knowing that you're already through, is there a tendency to take your foot off the gas, Dixie?
Well, it would be hard not to. Like if it's a 50-50 out there and you think, I might get injured, you could easily pull out of that. And if you do, you've got more chance of getting injured in any case. So it's a thin dividing line, but it's a great ball across from Brazil. And no, he just can't get it under control. But the Brazilian coach this week has been very animated on the sidelines every game, and he's not happy with the way they're playing. So I think he'll be looking at this game to get them playing up to their usual standards, and I can't imagine him letting the standards slip any lower.
Well left, and it goes all the way through to the goalkeeper, Mateus, for Brazil. He'll throw that ball full length of the field, and it does look like an infringement by the Mexico defender as we just inside the final third, and it will give the Brazilians a chance to set one up. Standing over the ball, the number 11 for Brazil, Suarez. He's also joined now by the number 5, Casio Lopez. So something up their sleeve surely could create an opportunity for Brazil to score.
As the Mexican slid across the floor to block that long through ball out, he's handled the ball. So it's a direct free kick to Brazil, and they'll get the procedures set up and get us going. The superstar for Brazil is the number 7. You can see him out on the right there. He's the man that they usually look for, and Jefferson, he's a bit of a superstar in South America.
He is, and Jefferson Gonçalves, already involved in the play early on, had that ball down that right-hand side, and he was the man that crossed it. It did come back towards the Brazilian defence, and they went back up the other end straight away, and here's the free kick. It's controlled well by the number 11, but not a great shot as it goes out of bounds, and nothing in particular came of that free kick.
No, he's well off target with that one, but perhaps that's the sighter.
It is. The Brazilian defence stands resolute. The number 4, Macon Santos, takes that ball down the left-hand side. He comes back in field and sprays it wide. It comes across to the big number 11, who's Yadiel Suarez, who will knock it wide. And there's the man of the moment you're talking about, Jefferson Gonçalves, who doesn't really control the ball first of all, but he'll have another chance to get back and hunt it down as the ball is smashed away by Mexico, and it will go all the way out for a keeper's throw-in. Brazil, as the Brazilians do, building from the back, roll the ball out to the number 5, Casio Lopez. He'll get inside that centre circle, beautiful control, and he sprays it wide to the number 7 again, and Gonçalves will take this one on. He's bundled over, but legally so, and physical play already being asserted by the Mexicans, Dixie.
Yes, yeah. They've got to get into their faces if they want to stop this Brazilian side. They've got to mark really tight and get a hand on them and get right into their faces. They're doing a good job at the moment.
And Gonçalves comes in field. He's more than nifty with the footwork, loses the ball, and the Mexicans will have a chance to get rid of this one. But will it break back to Gonçalves? It doesn't. It comes to the number 11, Yadiel Suarez. He'll go in field, and he's just inside the final third. He has a chance to shoot, and once again, he blasts that ball to the left-hand side of the Mexico goal.
Yeah, he's put that in exactly the same spot the last one went down.
Well, that ball had a chance to go all the way through, and the number 9 for Mexico making a nuisance of himself, Gerardo Sotelo.
Yeah, he's gone in on the keeper a bit brusquely there, and keeper's reacted well.
He did, but somebody once said those keepers are expecting to get smashed. Let's not disappoint them.
Indeed.
I think that was Alan Shearer that once said that. Mexico on the attack again. They go over into the half, into the final third, but stopped by the Brazilians as the ball goes the other way. Brazil on the attack. Just losing the ball. The Mexicans quick to regurgitate that possession, and they come back. And both players just trying to figure out where this ball goes. It's a stationary ball, not making a sound, and a good touch by the Brazilians. Yeah. And an infringement by the number 4, Francisco Rangel.
Yeah, he's just clipped the number 5 as his number 5 tried to get a breakaway and tapped his ankles together, and down he goes. So that's the second foul against the Mexicans.
So 2 early fouls, and we saw what a fine line it was from Iran and Morocco playing in that kind of foul trouble zone of being in that bonus where you can advance the ball and take a shot from just the edge of the penalty area. But right now, the ball is on the left-hand side for the Brazilians, and they'll pass it into that final third, and will it come to the big number 11? It won't. The Mexicans will have a chance to clear. They get in the way of each other, and it's picked up by the number 11, Yardiel Suarez, who's more than involved in this game. Mexicans will break away. Number 3, Eduardo Cerezo. Picked up again by Santos. Santos will spray it wide. It'll be picked up by the playmaker, the number 7, Jefferson Goncalves. It's a good run by the Brazilians, and it breaks free for the number 11. It's a moving ball, difficult to control. And by the time he got that ball under control just inside the area, he was swarmed on by the Mexican defence. Yeah,
he was. They closed him down really quickly, and as he's punched his shot through their legs, it's got a little touch off a Mexican boot, and the Brazilians have got a corner.
Jefferson Goncalves will take over the duties here. He's backed up by Santos. Santos will play the ball into Goncalves, and he will dance with that ball. He dances with the enemy, crosses the ball, and it's a beautiful cross. Once again picked up by the number 11, Suarez. Knocks it back, and the Brazilians retain possession. Something synonymous from every Brazilian team we've probably ever watched in the history of the game.
Yeah, they like their samba football, don't they?
They sure do. And here's a run by the Mexicans. It doesn't connect going down the left-hand side, but a great run, a solo effort by the number 3, Eduardo Cerezo, as he took the fight to the Brazilians, and back they come again. And a chance for a shooting opportunity, but great defending by Brazil. They usher that ball out, and it'll be a goalkeeper throw-in. It's quickly taken going down the right-hand side, and Goncalves will pick up that ball again. He'll go forward towards the final third, switch play, and a good ball to the opposite side. Back into the centre circle the ball goes, and over to the right-hand side, Goncalves will pick it up off the boards. Cross comes in, an opportunity there, and unable to connect with that ball again was the big number 11. And Yardiel Suarez has had more than one opportunity. When will he start to make that work?
Yeah, they're working the ball really well, the Brazilians. They're trying to get the ball into the back post for one of their colleagues, kept rushing in, and it's a bit dangerous, Mexico, if you keep letting them do that. They will notch, and that's for sure.
And the tactic of Goncalves is to bring his players into the game. He's played some fantastic balls, as no advantage played there, and it looks like we've got a player down for the Mexican team, and the referee stops the game. But Goncalves already involved, as you say, in a lot of the action, but one thing he's trying to do is on that right-hand side is spray that ball across to the left, Dixie.
Yeah, he's trying to keep switching it backwards and forwards, and they're basically trying to tire the Mexicans out and keep them running, keep them moving, and hopefully create a bit of space. And as I say, they're looking for the back post all the time, which is a thing in sighted foot. So that's what the teams do, look for the back post and the player running in just to tap it in. And the Brazilians are trying to do something similar with blind football as well. And at the moment, it's not quite come off, but when it does come off, it's a thing of beauty. And we're going to restart with a drop ball with the goalkeepers, and everyone's happy and well.
Yeah, the floodlights have just come on in this Bournebrook. Beautiful setting, beautiful green AstroTurf, and those floodlights, and at last got a little bit of relief from that bright sun that we had all day today, Dixie. It seems somewhat of a relief that we have no sun at the moment, and plays resume. For the players also, they've done so well in this heat today.
Yeah, it has been quite warm today and quite sunny and bright.
Oh, bursting through the middle. What a run is this?
Oh.
Beautiful footwork, going at tremendous speed. Yadiel Suarez once again found himself in a great position, unable to just finish that one off, Dixie.
Yeah,
sorry for interrupting.
No, that's okay. It was a fantastic run, a good dribble, and he got his shot away, but just lacked a bit of sting in the shot, really. And the keeper made a comfortable save.
Suarez on the ball again, inside the centre circle. What a beautiful right-footed ball. And once again, Goncalves sprays the ball wide. Sensible play, not wasting any energy, but has the chance to run. And that ball played by Mason Santos was not the right weight. And
yeah, we've got to play it down at the moment.
Looks like an early timeout being taken as well. Dixie, it's early on. Well, I say early on, but this game has gone at such a frantic speed.
We're halfway through. Yes, it's much as I thought with the pattern of play. And I have to be honest, it's Brazil flattering to deceive, really. Yeah. They're nearly there. Like at the moment, this whole tournament, they've been like the nearly men. And, they play it around really well, but the end product for them is just not there, as it has been in previous tournaments. And, you saw that first 7.5 minutes, they've been comfortable at the back. The Mexicans have hardly had a tickle on goal at all, and it's all been Brazil, but they've not really worked the Mexican keeper much at all. They've had a couple of wild, shots out wide, but nothing, sort of dramatic in on goal. So.
I think, Dixie, there's from wherever you are in the world, you watch Brazil play, and there's a massive expectation on their shoulders. But especially in this blind competition, the history of what they've done, within tournaments leading up to this has been absolutely phenomenal. And it just seems that they just haven't got it going this tournament.
Yeah, you're spot on right. They haven't. Their trophy cabinet is absolutely laden with cups and shields, and they're scraping by at the moment. And you get to the quarter-final stage, and things could be vastly different. They're going to have to step up a little bit. And I thought this game would be an ideal situation for them to. Try something new or, get themselves going. But it seems to be in the same pattern as the two previous games they've played. Always in control, never any doubt they're going to lose, but not really showing us the Brazil that we've got used to seeing over the last 20-odd years.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll kick into gear at some point as Suarez flips that ball. Goncalves has changed flanks, as he's now on the left-hand side, and he wins his team a corner right in the left-hand corner. And what a good run by Goncalves. There's substitutes coming on for Mexico as number 3. Eduardo Cerezo takes a break and onto the field of play. Just can't see his number from where we are sat right now. When he turns round, I'll be able to inform you. And yes, indeed, it is Ronaldo Rivera that enters the field of play.
There's a name.
It is. Surely named after one of the Brazilian greats, Ronaldo.
Well, I'm Rivera.
Yeah. Goncalves takes the ball inwards. Love how from the corner he came in play and looked like he was going to get to that golden spot that you were talking about, Dixie, and then came back left. Surprised everyone, but the final shot just wasn't up to scratch. The ball is outleted against the boards to the right-hand side. Mexico will try venture into their half, and a free kick unintentionally given away by Goncalves. Just didn't realise that he was head on and possibly didn't say the word voy.
No, he didn't, and that created a collision, and he's going to be penalised for that a player's running towards you with the ball, you have to say volley. If you don't say volley, it's a foul.
It's quite dangerous as well in terms of how fast these athletes are going.
Yeah, it's a stop head injuries, and they, for safety's sake, they need to be saying it. Oh, it's an effort by Mexico just to show they are still alive there and in this game.
Yeah, for Mexico to have a realistic chance, I'm thinking that they have to at least go in 2-0 up at half-time, but with 5 minutes 55 remaining, doesn't look like that is going to happen. But would you see them trying to break down this game in terms of minutes and trying to just etch away at those little opportunities to score?
They might, sort of break the half down into thirds and just say, right, well, if we can get one in this section, we get one in that section. It doesn't seem to insurmountable problem. And if you say to them, right, you've got to go out and score 4, that sounds awful. But if you say to them, right, in the next 5 minutes, you've got to score 1.
Yeah.
That sounds easier to do.
Yeah, it does. It does. Goncalves loses out and the Mexicans pick the ball up, but you're exactly right. It's breaking the game down into small chunks that are achievable for these athletes. The Mexicans give a corner away, and once again in the thick of action, it's the diminutive Jefferson Goncalves as he will stand over this corner ball, backed up by Yardio Suarez, and those two have been the focal point of this attack for the Brazilians early on.
Yeah, that's correct. But we'll see what they can conjure up from here.
Suarez will go infield. He'll get it on his left peg. Doesn't manage to pull the trigger. Well defended by the Mexicans, but Suarez 1-on-3. Once again, a one-man wrecking crew as he beautifully backheels it over to the right-hand side, just into the final third with Goncalves. He'll come inside. He's tackled, and a counter-attack possibility, and can. Good defending there by the number 5, Cassio Lopez. So as much as these Brazilians have not got into gear, he's been as reliable as ever in that centre of defence. Good defending by the big number 5 for Brazil.
Yeah, it's good defensive work by the big number 5. He's done a good job there. What's happening there?
Looks like a substitution as we've got Jonathan Silva waiting to come onto the field of play. And the number 11, Yardio Suarez, takes a well-earned break as he's provided much energy.
Yeah, to be fair, number 11's been the most likely outlet for a goal, hasn't he, really? He's had a couple of shots and a couple of sighters.
He has, but the luxury of the Brazilian team is they don't have to chase this game. They're already taking top spot. Whatever happens, even if they lose by a colossal amount, they're still taking top spot. So it's a chance to, 1, rest players and prevent injury, but 2, to give younger players valuable experience going forward, because who knows, they could be counted on in these final rounds.
Oh yes, as it comes to the business end of the tournament, you need to have all your squad, and if you all had minutes on the pitch and they're all happy and settled, it could be a massive advantage. A terrible pass by the Brazilian number 7 there.
Yeah, and Goncalves, who we'll probably see for the next 2 or 3 minutes, but I would expect him to not return for the second half. Sprays another ball wide, and he hasn't really got out of second gear, but he's playing so intelligently as he gets the ball back. He goes up against one of the Mexicans. He doesn't quite retrieve that.
No, that's a corner.
Once again, that must be the 4th corner down in that right-hand side for the Brazilians. Dixie.
And a lot of those 4 quarters have been really needless. The Mexicans have given those corners away. And there was no need to do it, really. Just miscommunication. Here we go, 7. Doing an arc around the box, and he's lost control of it right at the vital moment. And we're out on the right-hand board now. Number 2 for Brazil. Just assessing the situation. He's put it out to the left-hand board, and number 7 for Brazil swings it across to the number 2 again.
It's a great ball across the centre of the field. Comes to nothing, but good intervention only just on the field. Jonathan Silva making his presence felt as he crossed the ball from the right-hand side. But you're exactly right. You know, I'm looking at the goal scorers list in front of me, and Casillo Lopez for Brazil has 1 goal. And then they also have 1 goal from Renato Alves, but it's only been 2 goals scored in 2 wins. You know, a very low ratio for goals scored and wins created.
Yeah. As I say, they've always been comfortable in all the games at the back, not a problem. But they've just been a bit lackluster up front, and it's so un-Brazil-like. And as I say, in the previous games, the head coach, who's quite close to us at the moment, hanging over the fence there with the yellow top on, he was going nuts in the last game, absolutely losing the plot altogether, because he just wasn't happy with the way they're playing.
He looks a little bit more relaxed now. His team is going through to the quarterfinals, but as predicted, Jefferson Goncalves will maybe play his final action, even though we're in the first half, and returning to the field of play. Giardio Suarez looks like comforting to the manager that he has either Suarez or Goncalves on the pitch at any point, like a two-headed monster in big games, but at least one of them kept on the field of play just to keep it ticking over.
Yeah, just to keep as you say, keep the ball circulating around the pitch and keeping possession. The Mexicans have just been given Mexican coaching staff have been given a stern warning by Christian, the referee. Obviously, something was said out of line. We're going to restart with a bounce up between Mexican 9 and the Brazilian 5.
Gerardo Sotella will control this one for Mexico. It goes inside the Brazilian box and it will roll all the way out. And is that a back pass? No, Mateus sensibly plays it out with his feet down the right-hand side. And there's one half of that two-headed monster I was referring to. Yadiel Suarez back in possession, back on the field. And a delightful ball to the left-hand side. It ricochets off the boards and the ball will once again be switched. And what beautiful play to watch by these Brazilians. Dixie, they're just free-flowing and that ball is moving. They don't seem to even have broken sweat. And they're in full control of this game.
Yeah, but no end product. That's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're passing it round lovely, but there's just no shot at the end of it. That's been their issue all this tournament. And I'm sure that's a situation that the coach is worried about coming to the business end when they need to score a couple of goals. Where's it coming from?
Yeah, you're right. And coming to the business end at the knockout stages, you need that guy like the player from Morocco. He just absolutely destroyed everyone, did everything but score. You know, they need that type of player to make the difference in those games. Ball goes out once again for probably the 5th or 6th Brazilian corner down that right-hand side. And Dixie with 1 minute remaining. Will either coach be happy?
Well, I suppose the Brazilian coach, he looks fairly relaxed today. The Mexican coach obviously not, because he knows to get further into this competition, he needs a win and a big win, and 0-0's no good to him. But his defensively, his team have done well, but they need to do a bit more than that, really. That's a good effort.
It's a very good effort.
Yeah.
It looked like the keeper had that one covered, but it was just blazed over the bar. And
yeah, the number 11's come in an arc from the corner, and he's got himself into a good position, centre of goal, and he's unleashed one with his left foot, and he just got a little bit too much height on it, and it's gone over the bar. But it was a good effort by him.
Looks like he's picked up an injury, does the striker. And the number 9 for Mexico still on the ground. The Brazilians alert the referee to come over and have a check. It looks like just maybe twisted his wrist or hand in the process of trying to compete for that ball against the Brazilian goalkeeper. So referee will just check he's okay. And I'm sure he'll be up. Looks like he's winded, Dixie.
Yeah, he's taken one to the midriff, hasn't he? He's up on his feet now. No need for any physios. Now the guide's taking a look. That's all right. If a guide takes a look, he doesn't have to go off. If a physio takes a look, he's got to go off. So the guide has become the de facto first-line physio.
The guide's so important in the background of how these teams function. We saw earlier on this morning one of the guys being berated by their manager.
Oh, yeah.
Such a intrinsic part of the minutiae of this team trying to win.
Yeah,
and the guides are on the sideline, behind the goals, with so much pressure on them.
Yes, they're a vital part of the team, and that's the half-time hooter going off. So I'm not surprised it's, I won't say a dour affair, but it's one of those games which is like a dead rubber. And it's nothing for Brazil to play for. And probably it's too far a stretch for Mexico to realistically aim to win 4-0.
So we'll leave you at half-time with the positivity of Dixie Dean there, and we'll go in at 0-0. Brazil in this Group D matchup going up against Mexico. 0-0 at half-time. We're looking for a goal in this last 15 minutes. We'll join you soon. Get yourself a drink, enjoy the break, and we'll see you soon.
It's fast, technical and tense. This is your guide to five-a-side football. There are 5 players per team, 4 outfield players and a goalkeeper. The aim of the sport is to score a goal by kicking the ball into your opponent's goal, and at the end of the game, whoever scored the most wins. Players must wear eye shades to ensure that all players have the same level of vision. That is apart from the goalkeepers, who aren't required to wear eye shades and can be fully sighted. Their job is to keep the ball from going in the goal behind them. But how do the players on the field know where the ball, or indeed the goal, is? Well, the ball in blind football is specially designed to make sound whenever it moves. Also, each team has a guide behind the opposition goal to help direct them. Each player is required to shout "Voy" when going for the ball. This ensures every player has the cues they need to help build a picture of what's going on and what to do next in defence or attack. To help this, total silence is required from the crowd until a goal goes in. Voy is Spanish for go, and it was the Spanish who were credited with originally developing blind football in the 1920s. As well as the Paralympics, teams from all corners of the world can compete at World, European, Asian, African and America's Championships, as well as a World Grand Prix.
Blind football can be played by both men and women, with the historic first Women's World Championships coming up in 2023.
So what are you waiting for? Give it a try.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA Anti-Doping App has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA Anti-Doping App. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
Welcome back. We're at Brombrook Arena, the University of Birmingham, and surprisingly, this is probably the first stalemate we've seen in this men's contest today. 0-0 at half-time. It doesn't look like anyone's going to progress and make those inroads. But what will change that for you, Dixie, if we're going to see a goal right now?
Well, I can't see where it's coming from at the moment, to be perfectly frank. Mexico were huffing and puffing and defending with all their might, but they need the ball up the other end. They don't need the ball down in their defence. Well, there's a little shot in from a Mexican. The goalkeeper scrabbling across the floor.
It is, and the goalkeeper will throw this ball out from Brazil. And if you've just joined us and you are listening to this broadcast, Brazil now playing from left to right in the blue shirts and white shorts. And here's an opportunity in the penalty area, but well blocked, and goes for a Brazilian corner. But once again, it's that number 11, Yadiel Suarez, and it doesn't look like he's going to get any sort of breather in this game. He's still on that field.
Yeah, he just took too long there, didn't he? It was all open for him, and he took another touch, and that space was shut down, and the Mexicans, they got across there and blocked the shot. Here he comes again in number 11.
Taking it in from the left-hand side, just comes in field, will get inside the box, but tackled well by the Mexican players, who are fully aware of their whereabouts, and their positional sense defensively, Dixie, has been absolutely impeccable. The Brazilians haven't had a sniff of a goal-scoring opportunity.
Not really, no. They've not really tested the Mexican keeper much. There's been a few shots that have whizzed past the post and anything, but I can't recall him making any dramatic saves.
Cerezo will go across. He'll go across the halfway line, and he's brought down, and just inside his own half, Mexico will resume play. It looks like he's been caught on the shin. The referee's just going to check he's okay.
Yeah, it was a lazy challenge by the Brazilian, really, to be honest. He just angled a leg out, and he's caught the Mexican on the shin.
It's going to have to be looked at, the physio being asked to potentially come on and have a look at him just to make sure he's okay. But it looks like the keeper's come to the rescue, and that means, Dixie, he doesn't have to leave the field of play because no physio entered from the sideline. But just putting everyone in the picture, if you've just joined the broadcast, if you're either watching or listening, the scenario is Brazil are already through. They have the luxury of playing with nothing to lose. But Mexico, they need a minor miracle, and they need to topple their opponents and score 4 goals in this half. Almost an inconceivable task, Dixie.
Yeah,
as Brazilian,
I can't see it, and the referee's not happy with something.
Turn defence into attack.
He's not happy with the Brazilians sliding in on the goalkeeper. So he's given the Mexicans a free kick on the edge of the box. I didn't think he was that close to the keeper, really. But there you go.
Let me guess, Dixie, you're not happy with the decision.
Well, it seemed a bit of a pointless one to me. The keeper had the ball, so let's just play.
Great defending in numbers by the Mexican defence. And once again, it's that man, Yadiel Suarez, who comes up, but there's no way through. And the Mexicans have been like a brick wall trying to get past, and none shall pass so far with 2 minutes gone in this second half.
Yeah, out of all the Brazilians, it does look like the number 11 is the most likely source of a goal, but there we go. Mexicans are playing, the goalkeeper's playing out down the right-hand board, and still going the Mexicans, just entering the centre of the pitch in the attacking third. There's a little leg come out from the Mexican there. Could have been a little trip happening, and the referee's blown the whistle.
But love how he tried to play advantage.
Yeah,
he tried to keep the game flowing.
Yeah, he's done well there, Christian. German referees. He's a good referee, and he's tried to play the advantage, give the player the benefit of the doubt, but there was no advantage accruing there, so he brought it back and given Brazil a free kick.
Brazil have a player over on the right-hand side. It's Yadiel Suarez, who's against the boards. He's deep into enemy territory. This is in the final third of the pitch. The ball will be played to him, and the strategy was simple, but a good tackle and possibly a foul, but play allowed to go on as he dives into the box.
Yeah, he's
Chance
battling
to
for
score,
it.
but once again thwarted by that Mexican defence. The question is, will it stay in play?
No, it's a
It
corner.
won't. It's another corner. And how many corners have the Brazil team had down this right-hand side? If it was a contest in corners, they would have won this tournament already.
Yeah, I don't know what you were like when you were playing when you were kids. Like, but we used to have 4 points for a goal and 1 for a corner.
That's desperate measures. Desperate measures, Dixie.
That's when we were kids. That's what we used to play, and yeah, they'd be if they were getting a point for each corner, they'd be well in front, wouldn't they?
Suarez will dribble right to left, round the penalty box, and he'll have a goal-scoring opportunity. And play surely has to be stopped as Rangel took one right in the face there.
There's bodies everywhere in there. 3 Mexicans. Yeah, they've thrown themselves in front of Suarez there, trying to block the shot, and successful.
Rangel almost got a kick to the face there and somehow just stayed on his feet and stopped the Brazilian scoring. Courageous play by the Mexican.
And they're starting to play it around again now, the Brazilians, from side to side, trying to create an opening, and it's another corner.
And as we've got a bit of a break in play, the Brazilians take a corner this time from the left-hand side. Did you see the skill of Sotelo holding himself up on those boards on the right-hand side? And just as the ball came to him, killed that ball dead, the touch of a midwife.
All right. Yeah, so we got Jefferson's coming back on, and number 7, and he's running up the pitch and taking the position right on the edge of the penalty area as we wait for this corner to be taken.
See Jefferson coming back on. You did say he was the main player of the team as he's straight into the action, wanting to make an impact, and he goes on and provides probably the best chance that Brazil have had into that penalty area. But you did say, he's the main player and he'll get a bit of a rest. But how important is momentum for these players in terms of muscle memory and in terms of keeping going and getting kind of into a rhythm, would you say, Dixie?
Yeah, he doesn't want to, sort of as resting him and making him stale, I suppose. If they can get him on for a few minutes each half and, keep him going, keep him interested in everything, and then give him 5-minute rest at the end of the game, and that would be the way I would play it. I wouldn't want to be playing him the whole half or anything like that. I'd be thinking, right, we'll give you a little bit just so you keep your touch in and everything, and but not the whole half. We're in the Brazilian defensive third, and
corner to the Mexican team down that left-hand side, Dixie, and just a fair way away from us, but a welcome sight for the Mexicans to venture out of their own half and possibly create an opportunity to maybe put a dent into this 4 goals that are miraculously needed at this point for any chance of survival. It doesn't look likely, but who knows if they can get 1 or 2 in this next maybe 5 or 6 minutes. There may be some light at the end of the tunnel.
So what's happened there is they had a corner, the Mexicans, and one of them was double touched the ball. Obviously it's the same in sighted football. You can't play a free kick or a corner or anything to yourself, and that's what's happened. So it's an indirect free kick to Brazil, and they're venturing down this line and onto number 7. He's cutting inside, on the edge of the area. Little shot goes into the near post, but keeper's got everything behind it, and still 0-0.
One thing that has been good is Martinez in goal for Mexico. Shots like that won't trouble him. Almost a back pass and comes to nothing, but he's been impressive so far in this tournament as the goalkeeper Martinez for the Mexicans. The ball will be the number 5 of Brazil. The central defender ventures out. Casillo Lopez will spray it wide. He'll go back for the return ball, but it's an errant pass by Goncalves. But the second half of the Turin Monster will pick that one up in Yardiel Suarez. And you can only say that those two will have to raise their game going into the knockout stages in the quarter-final. And I'm talking particularly about Yardiel Suarez and Jefferson Concalves.
Yeah, you're right. They're going to have to raise their game up a little bit. There's a lot of sideways movement going on at the moment. They're passing the ball from side to side, but now we've got into the Mexican defensive third. They're still pressing in there. Brazil coming down through the middle now. And the number 11 is on a little mazy.
And did that ball cross the line? The guide is appealing for a goal, but that ball from Yardiel Suarez was hit on the turn. It went through the legs of Martinez. If we get a replay, we'll be able to tell whether that whole ball crossed the line. It must have been close, Dixie.
Yeah,
Take us through the replay.
Yeah,
if it comes on.
I don't think it did cross the line. I think he just managed to flip his body round. Yeah, it's okay. It's on right on the line. Oh, his heart must have been in his leg. You just gave him the curse of the commentator. He said that well he'd been playing, and he's just let one go through his legs and. But he reacted really quickly and flicked his body over and stretched it out on an arm and pulled it back into him. So we've got a Mexican substitute about to take place. 7's coming off. Going on.
Coming onto the field of play, Omar Otero. We'll see his first action of this game. And the Mexicans, what I do like about them is they're resolute in defence, but when they attack in numbers. Pardon the pun. But that's the Mexican wave.
Oh, God, they're all coming out now, aren't they? Yeah, so they've had a little swap around again, and time's going down. We got 8:36 to go. This 4-goal target that the Mexicans have got is looking very improbable.
Another Mexican corner. So number 7 straight into the thick of the action. Omar Otero will have a chance to have this ball at his feet, and is he the guy to maybe get some glory and playing for pride right now, you would say Mexico, but they'll definitely want to get on the score sheet, Dixie, before they return home.
Oh, for sure. What a feather in their cap if they were to go and beat Brazil. You can imagine, like in South America, that would be it's gone out for a goal clearance. That would be a right good feather in their cap if they could beat them.
It would, and also these players know each other fairly well.
Yeah.
You know, playing close proximity of each other, but even around the world, bragging rights is always important.
Oh, yeah.
And if the Mexicans could overcome this Brazilian team, it would be one of those cases where they go home for the summer and, you know, possibly ring each other and say, hey, remember when we beat you in Birmingham in the games? And
yes, there would be some bragging rights going on, that's for sure.
They would. The Mexican team regurgitate this ball. They'll cross the halfway line into the Brazilian half, but it's picked up once again by Casillo Lopez. He'll come forward, and it looks like he was fouled as he collided with the boards. Will it be a free kick?
I think it was
just
a wild challenge by the Brazil. Well,
just inside the Mexican half. It'll be just on the halfway line, give or take a metre, and it's right against the boards on the left-hand side. It'll be the number 11, Yardiel Suarez, who's been given no rest but doesn't seem to want one either. He wants to get on with things. He'll potentially bring that ball into the middle of play, and I can imagine it's going to be sprayed wide to Jefferson Concalves. The thing is, will there be any final? Will there be any final outcome, or will it just look pretty football? Let's see if it goes wide, and it does to Concalves. He'll pick it up, but can he make inroads and pierce this Mexico defence? It's a good ball, and it was an intelligent ball, and it's well kept in by the number 2, Jonathan Silva. Jonathan Silva tackling, but it's through his legs, and the Mexicans have a chance to run. Eduardo Cerezo takes on the fight, and he goes, and he's still going. Took a tumble, but nothing doing, and Dixie, you're right next to me, you shook your head. Correct decision.
No, I don't think so. But as I said before, the referees are a lot closer to the action than what we are, and there's some things that you need to be close to the action, like if there's no communication between the players, they're the only ones who know what's going on there. But that looked like a wild swipe by the Brazilian and brought the Mexican
what a beautiful
down.
Run, just knocked off balance. Sorry for interrupting you there, but a shot on target by the number 5.
Okay, it looks like I don't know what's going on here.
The referees look like they're just having a timeout just to talk, and they are going to book.
Yeah,
they are going to book one of the Mexican.
I can understand
coaching staff.
That the Mexican coach has just been booked, but there was an incident about 30-40 seconds ago, and I said I can't understand why that's not foul, because he got swiped by the Brazilian defence, and gave Christian the benefit of the doubt, saying he's a lot closer than me. And the Mexicans are annoyed about it. I think they're more on my lane, and he's overstepped the mark and received a yellow card.
Emotion not a problem on this stage. Elite level competition, emotions will run high at times, and occasionally the referees have to get things in order. It's a good ball over to Concalves. He'll pick it up on the right hand side. He'll have the ball at his feet again. Doesn't manage to create any sort of opening, and just like you alluded to earlier on, Dixie, that there just seems to be no cutting edge to this Brazil team.
No, there isn't. I don't know what's the matter with them, but they seem quite content. And as I say, they don't look in trouble at all, do they? At the back, there's not a problem. Like they especially in a game like this, they're fine. But they come up against, I know, some of the other teams that we've seen, even today, like someone like Morocco or Iran or or France. How are they going to cope with the intensity that those teams play out? I really don't know. They really disappointed me in the whole tournament. So I was so looking forward to seeing Brazil play. And
this is a great run. And all of a sudden, sorry Dixie, you were saying you were a little bit disappointed by the style of play, but how direct was that?
Yeah, that was a great bit of
Concalves.
Play. And great bit of play from him, and he's gone on an amazing run, and he's cut in from the left-hand side and sent a shot arrowing down towards the post, and it's just wide of the post. It's a really good effort, and I'm not sure if it had been inside the post if the keeper would have got there or not, but he might have got there. He might have had his post covered, but it was a great effort by Jefferson. It was a really good run, and there we go, and he's just wide of the target.
So with 5 minutes remaining, it doesn't look like the miracle is going to happen. If anything, Mexico have looked the more likely team to probably score in the first half. Brazil have pressed in this second half, but still at 0-0 with 5 minutes to go in this game doesn't look unlikely. So we do know the quarterfinals will happen on Monday, and we know that Italy will face Argentina. We know Japan will face China. Colombia, barring a miracle, will face Brazil, and France will take on Iran, and they are the top 8 going through in this competition.
I'll tell you what, there's some tasty games there.
You've been with us from the get-go, and what team really stands out to you already in this contest?
Well, I really like the way Colombia play, so that's going to be a heck of a game against Brazil. We've seen France this afternoon, how dynamic they are and how resolute Iran are, so that's going to be a good battle. Italy have got a lad called Yobo up front, who's absolute class, big, tall lad, strong. And they've got Argentinians playing their pretty football and passing it round. Yeah, it's hard to pick a winner out of all that lot. I tell you, it's some right Japan, China. There's no love lost there, is there? Really, to be honest,
there isn't. And back to the action here. The game has restarted with just under 5 minutes remaining. And the Brazilians are once again in full control. But yeah, I wouldn't know who to pick out of that 8. And that's the beauty of this contest. Anyone can win going through to those knockout stages. And you as a player Dixie, you remember representing England, and how special is it to progress to those elimination rounds?
Oh, it gives you such a great feeling. Yeah, when I was playing, the furthest we ever got into a competition, we got to the final of the Euros in 2002, I think it was. It was in Paris, and we got to the finals, and it was such a feeling to walk out, and there was a massive crowd there, and such a great feeling, and to get there. And unfortunately, our centre forward, who'd been dynamic all week and scored loads and loads of goals, we had to play a game on the day before. We didn't need a result or anything like that. We'd already got to the final, and a lad called David Clark, big lad, played up front for us, fell over and broke his arm in that game.
Just a disclaimer, David, Dixie's not blaming you for the loss. He's just saying how unfortunate it was that happened, so please don't take that to heart. Very funny story, Dixie. But back to the action here. We do have some substitutions coming on for Mexico, and we'll have a chance to potentially change the goalkeeper. He's just helping from the sideline as the number 9 will come back on. Gerardo Sotella will join the fray, and off goes the number 7 for his last competitive action, although they'll play in some of the knockout stages to gain their seedings. Omar Otero, in terms of going through to the quarterfinals, his time is over. Ball roll through once again to Martinez, who comfortably go down. He'll shake the ball so everybody knows where it is. And a quick formation onto the boards on the right hand side. He banged the ball twice, did that signal for 2 players to go to the right hand board. The ball is at the halfway line. It's picked up by the Brazilian Cassio Lopez, who's probably been my man of the match, Dixie. He seemed to be involved in everything, because for all the huffing and puffing of the number 7 and the number 11 from Brazil, he's been the most constant, and he's probably provided the most direct threat when he's come forward. Yeah, he's a good platform at the back for them to build off, and he does look very comfortable on the ball when he's running with it, and he's ventured forward once or twice, and he's looked half decent, to be fair. Here's Jefferson again going down the right-hand board, and he's lost control of it. He's gone out for a goal clearance. You can see how frustrated he is. He slaps his hands together, and he knows things aren't right. Yeah, and us watching, and we're looking at Brazil and all these high expectations that are just not happening yet. And I will say yet, because maybe it's a Colombian team that does need to get them out of the comfort zone so we can see what they're made of. Yeah, that's true. It is a right cracking fixture, that one. Penalty not given. Oh, that's gone out. He's dragged it out. Mexican goes into the box, and once again stopped by Cassio Lopez, but a corner ball will resume. And the Mexicans, with 2 minutes remaining, have a chance to get onto the score sheet. Just wondering on the schedule when those quarterfinals are scheduled to be played. Breaking away down this right side will be Concalves. He'll have possibly his final shot unless it comes back to him, but good tackling once again by the Mexicans, and for all that's not really been engineered in this game in terms of chances, you cannot fault the effort of these two teams, and probably any other team that we've seen playing out here in this competition all day. You know, the heat has gone It's not as humid as it was earlier, but these players still going after it and playing right until that final whistle.
Yes, and especially the Mexicans, really. They really stuck to their task and not got what they want, but they've limited Brazil to very, very few chances, and have defended really, really well and strong, and they've looked quite good defensively.
He has Goncalves. He comes inside.
Was the keeper outside the box anyway? He must have been close.
Right on that line. Could have been given, but never mind. Play resumes, and with 34 seconds left, it's a good touch by the keeper, and the ball is kept in play. Gives the chance to Brazil, if they can get hold of this ball, to thrash it upfield. And no, it will stay right in the corner, and with 22 seconds
to go, Mexico got a corner. But it was a decent shot by Mexico, that, really.
It was.
It was right across the face of the goal, and the keeper's gone down and made a good save, and that was probably their best effort on goal. Look at it now. He's coming from the right board. He's quite a long way out, and yeah, that's a decent strike. He's kept it low.
And with 22 seconds left, on comes Francisco Rangel. Will he be the one to just step onto the field of play and unleash a rocket into the top corner? That would be a good send-off for this final group stage day in the men's blind competition here at the University of Birmingham.
Yeah, what a moment for him it would be.
Play on, no foul given. As both players are pressing on the boards, and as the ball goes out for yet another corner with 11 seconds.
But I think it's pretty safe to say that Mexico are not going to get their 4 goals.
No. No. Once again, Dixie, you're right.
Yeah, we won't have a bet on that one.
No. So Dixie Dean just coming onto the latter stages. 4 seconds remaining, and this one is all but done. I'd just like to thank you. It's been a pleasure working with you, Dixie, in over 25 years experience of the game. My first time in commentating on blind football, and it's been an absolute pleasure. This game has got so much to offer, and Dixie, it's great that I've been able to work with you, so thank you for your time today, sir.
Well, I've enjoyed myself working with you as well, and you've got to remember you're the professional commentator, I'm just a keen amateur. And but as I say, I've been here for a week now, and I've really enjoyed my time here doing this, and I've got another 5 or 6 days, so I'm just looking at those quarterfinals, and there's some good games there. There's some really good games, and we were looking. I don't know if you can get it on your. If you can. Right, okay. No problem. So, I'll hand you back to Jason and say goodbye from me.
Group D finishes with the Brazilian team on 7 points. Iran go final, get the second place on 4 points. We've already brought you up to date with the quarter-finalists, but it's been a busy day, Dixie. It's finished 0-0, a bit of a disappointing end to the day, but these players have all given so much. It's 0-0 for Brazil and Mexico. We'll be joining you across the other sports, once again tomorrow and into the next week. And good luck for all the teams progressing, and it's a pleasure to have you on board. We look forward to seeing you in the near future. It's good night from Birmingham, and it's good day from me and Dixie. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.